You got to mute yours, Rick. Okay, we're back, and thank you for allowing us that time to take a short recess to get our keynote speaker ready for this afternoon. And I'm real excited because this young man is a farmer like I am, a generational farmer. And his farm is not too far from my main farm, what we call Palmer Springs, Virginia. And he lives in North Carolina, but my farm is right on the Virginia, North Carolina borderline there. I actually remember his dad, who was a pastor of Northview Church, a church I had the opportunity to speak in many times. And I knew his dad, a very wonderful man. Rick Brown, his real name is Patrick, but I'm going to call him Rick Brown because the name sounds good. It has that certain ring to it, doesn't it? Rick Brown, like he's going to make it happen today. But I can tell you from watching his stuff and looking at his farm, he's a diligent farmer and what I would classify as a very good farmer. And I'm so glad to see a really handsome young man, and he's young and he has the energy, and he represents what the next generation, in this case of Black farmers, should look like. He has historically raised, him and his dad raised tobacco. They raise soybeans and corn and rotational type of operation similar to what I grow here. And I know that he specializes in vegetables, and he's also doing hemp production. So again, I'm so glad to have him as our keynote speaker today. And I'm gonna let him take it away, Mr. Rick Brown. Hit unmute.
I'm sorry. Okay, I think I was muted. Okay, so we can start over. It's no problem. I'd like to thank Dr. Boyd for allowing us to be a part of this conference this weekend. We are so excited to be a part. I would like to thank Dr. Boyd and his wife, Ms. Kara Boyd, for the opportunity to be able to present our introductory as the keynote speaker. Again, my name is Patrick Brown, and I am the 4th generation farmer on the Brown family farm estate. We're located in rural Warren County, North Carolina, which is not too far from Dr. Boyd's farm here in Boydton, Virginia. My father, Reverend Dr. A.A. Brown, farmed on the estate for over 68 years until his retirement in 2003. We are so happy and blessed to still have our father to oversee some of the processes that we go through as our farm is the 4th generation operator on Brown Family Farm Estate. Our farm is a 168-acre farm, and we mostly produce produce, industrial hemp, and grain. One of the things that people see in this day and age is regenerative agriculture or sustainable agriculture, and they want to understand what can they do to produce a farm sustainably, giving back to the soil environment instead of taking away from the soil of some traditional farmers have done in the past. As the 4th generation farmer in today's time, I'm here to explain some of the processes that I utilize and to try to create a regeneration for land that has been farmed since 1865. I'm having a few difficulties with my PowerPoint presentation and sharing the screen, but I'm gonna try to go over this PowerPoint as thoroughly as I can. Again, we are a 4th generation farm that currently grows fruits, produce, and grains, and industrial hemp. We cultivated this year over 175 acres of land in the commodities of grain and industrial hemp. Some of the natural resource inputs that we utilize on our farm, on average, we have greenhouse gas energy, which is about 4,047 kilowatts for 3 interior structures that we use as plant development, where we use seedlings from seed germination to seedlings to be able to transplant in some of our row crops that we provide produce for our commercial contracts and to our community. The average propane gas utilized during the winter months in my region, which is Zone B, for 12 hours per night, delivering at 72,800 BTU hours and over 9.48 gallons of propane each day. The average of 52,911 surface water gallons are utilized for our irrigated row crops each year, which is tested through our USDA GAP process.
If I can maybe help for a second, can you maximize your screen and run your slideshow from beginning?
Sure.
We can see your screen.
Okay, let me see how I can do that. I'm going to pause for one moment. Please stand by.
Carrie, you can also tell participants to put their screen in full screen mode. Upper right-hand corner, if they hit the box that looks like it has 4 corners, they can put it in full screen mode and they can see it just fine.
All right, I apologize for that. We had some difficulties with the sharing of the screen process. If you can all just put in the comment section if you could see the PowerPoint. And then I'll begin. All right, so we'll start from the beginning. Again, my name is Patrick Brown, and I am the owner and operator of Brown Family Farms, located in Warren County, North Carolina. I am the fourth generation farmer on the estate. I took over the process of farming from my father, who retired in 2003, the Reverend Dr. A.A. Brown. The farm is a 160-acre farm. Like I said, it's been established since 1865. And the crop production over the last 165 years has consisted of fruits, grains, livestock, tobacco, herbs, and vegetables. The current production cultivated and harvested under the management of myself are grains, herbs, and vegetables. The next slide, we have the map of our aerial view of our farm. As you can see, our farm is sectioned out with the yellow areas outlined showing the actual crops that actually are being farmed. And the outside of the yellow lines are the forestry areas, which is non-crop land. Each section that is identified with a number are sections of our farm where we utilize row crops or no-till crops. The natural resource inputs on our farm on average are greenhouse energy, propane gas, and surface water. Our greenhouse energy used per month is over 4,047 kilowatt hours for the 3 structures of indoor grow operations. Our propane gas average used during the winter months in zone 7B are for 12 hours per night, delivering at 72,800 BTU amps per hour and over 9.48 gallons per day of propane gas. The average of 52,911 gallons of surface water are utilized on all of our irrigated produce row crops, which are also tested by the state or the North Carolina Department of Agriculture. The next slide, we have utilized this year a strategic regenerative process of industrial hemp fiber grain to add back value into the soil from some of the crops that we have depleted the soil in the past. The industrial hemp crops that we utilized this year were 3 varieties: Genma, Yuma grain, and Puma. The Genma and the Puma varieties are fiber textile varieties, that provide clothing, rope, plastic is a variety of industrial hemp that can for animal feed. The grains could also create hemp hearts for consumption. This year, we grew 184.53 acres of industrial hemp. 55.28 acres are owned by our family farm, and over 125 acres were leased. 49.25 acres of the industrial hemp that was planted was for grain processing. 135.28 acres of fiber industrial hemp was planted for the textile industry. Outside of the industrial hemp that was planted, we planted approximately 11.5 acres of produce. Some of the produce that we provided and planted to our community and distributors were lettuce, green vegetables such as brassicas, collards and cabbage, Swiss chard, bok choy, kale, beans, tomatoes, and turnips, just to name a few. This year, 2021, we grew over 178,000 pounds of produce, and that was distributed through various distributors. Some of the commercial customers and distributors that we have contracts with to provide produce are Working Landscapes out of Warrenton, North Carolina, Fresh Point Produce out of Mooresville, North Carolina, which is a Cisco company, Happy Dirt in Durham, North Carolina. One unique company that we love to deal with in producing food to be able to provide an impact to the food desert that is in our local county is Working Landscapes. Working Landscapes is our local distributor. 75% of the produce that goes to Working Landscapes actually feeds the community in Warren of some of the less fortunate families that are not able to have a healthier diet or afford a healthier diet for their families. Two contract companies that we utilize for manufacturing and textiles are Biofield Fibers out of Phoenixville, Pennsylvania, and Bear Fibers out of Wilmington, North Carolina. Biofield Fibers and Bear Fibers receive industrial hemp quality products from small rural farmers like myself to add to the existing industry of textile production. This chain of supply and demand is to add to the value-added industry which we currently have, such as cotton, and not to take away from the industry. Organic production is very important when growing produce. In 2020, we planted over 62,000 pounds of organic vegetables. Those varieties, as mentioned before, are USDA GAP certified, which means a good agriculture practice as they are planted and as they are harvested and as they are processed. It is a procedure that shows the vital process of food to make sure that it is no harmful pesticides, insecticides, or herbicides are utilized from the seed germination process to the end process of harvesting. This year alone, we increased our production for vegetables and other produce and fruits to over 193,000 pounds. Our next audit, we will be centered to pass the USDA Certified Organic Program. With the USDA Certified Organic Program, there's a minimum requirement of land tillage years for non-pesticide. We're going into year 4 of our 11.5 acres of organic production, which allows us to qualify for the USDA Certified Organic Program. After we're able to meet that audit and pass successfully, we will submit for a global GAP, a global good agriculture practice audit, so that some of our produce can be able to be exported internationally. Our farm not only produces value-added products for health and wellness, but we also take pride in engaging and developing our community. As the 4th generation farmer on this state, one of the most important things that I would like to bring to our community is quality education and a sense of stewardship to be able to give back to the community, allowing our farm to be open to the public, and training up some of the young adults to show them that farming is one of the most vital jobs in the world, along with our educators. Without a quality of food, we would not have a quality for wellness of life. So at our farm, we provide up to 2 to 3 workshops per year where we also show demonstrations on such processes as horticulture, cultivation, seed germination, greenhouse usage, high tunnel programs, and some of the USDA and FSA programs that are available to beginning farmers or social disadvantaged farmers. We look forward to 2022 as we will start to increase our workshops and demonstrations as we get through this pandemic. One of the processes that we created during my operation as the 4th generation farmer is a community supported agriculture program, which is very important to overcome the food shortage that we have in rural Warren County, North Carolina. Currently in Warren County, North Carolina, there is only one grocery store and one fresh market. Our grocery store and our fresh market for most of the community is at least 12 to 14 miles of distance travel to get food or fruits, water, or other vital things that are needed to have a family to survive. And some of the issues is that even when getting to those areas, that grocery store or fresh market, to purchase those products, the customers are not able to tell where the food originated and how well it is for your body. What I created as the 4th generation farmer of my state is a community supported agriculture program. Our farm's business involves a community supported program, which allows us to provide CSA boxes. We've been able to produce our CSA volume up to twice per week. And in these boxes, we provide nutritional products that we grow on our farm, and the customer has the opportunity to subscribe. As they're able to subscribe, they're able to log onto our website and choose which vegetables are available for their box each week. Our responsibility is to maintain a local CSA program here in Warren County, North Carolina. And we look forward to adding more subscriptions and being able to also deliver produce as we go forward. As mentioned before, there are 2 topics that are upon discussion of creating a process to give back to the land and to the environment. As the 4th generation operate on Brown family farms, we encrypted a soil regeneration process that adds no-till covers to our farm to add to the carbon output that goes to the ozone layer that counters to global warming. Some of those processes are, as mentioned, planting covers, roller crimping, adding no-till applications, and natural amendments. Some of the covers that people always ask, what are good covers to utilize for this process? Some of the covers that we have used in the past and are currently using are buckwheat, crimson clover, oats, or a mixture of all, and even industrial hemp. The process of planting covers provides natural additive of soil amendment to increase the pH levels of the soil in order to have optimum growth for the following planting season. As farmers are aware, nitrogen, phosphorus, magnesium, all those vital processes needed to grow healthy plants continue to go up as farmers like myself, outputs continue to go up, but the productivity of the planting and harvesting continues to go down. So to counteract the increase of amendments to soil, farmers can save money by planting covers. And planting covers can only save outputs, but also save and rebuild the soil. Roller crimping is a technique used for when your cover crop is at full maturity and you're ready to now plant into the cover. In order to do that on some of the large cover crops such as buckwheat and natural oats. The roller crimper, as pictured in the slide, is a 3-point or pull type application that allows the cover to be mashed down into the ground, and it allows for a no-till planter to come behind it and make sure that the soil receives the seed at the proper depth. At the same time, the cover is crimped, and it will be able to not slow down the growth cycle of the new seed that was planted, and it provides a cover to that plant, and it also holds in the natural nitrogen from that particular cover which was planted. This particular process is a process that we see becoming more common as we go along in farming, and it also helps with the environment to counteract global warming. No-till applications such as bean crops, industrial hemp, and other grain crops can be utilized utilizing a roller crimper tool or attachment. As mentioned, these natural amendments from the covers save money for farmers on outputs, and it allows us to give back into a carbon footprint for our environment. The regenerative plant of choice, as mentioned before, for our farm as the fourth generation operator, has been industrial hemp. Industrial hemp is a superfood, a super fiber, a super nutrient, and a super ingredient. Hemp stalks, which include bast fiber, are one of the strongest and most durable of all natural fibers. As mentioned before, this year alone, we planted over 185 acres of that particular plant. Hemp can be used to make textile products, including clothing, carpeting, and upholstery. Hemp fiber can be used as nanotechnology materials, super compactors that show promise in our outperforming graphene at a fraction of a price. Hemp hurd, the inner wood core of the hemp stalk, can be used for building materials. It can be produced for carbon neutral to carbon negative, depending on the binder and finished recipes. Bioplastic composites, paper, ink, paints, adhesives, fillers, and a myriad of other industrial products can be made using hemp stalks instead of petroleum and wood-based competitors. Even better, using hemp reduces the carbon footprint for these industries. Hemp-derived CBD and other cannabinoid products for both ingestible and topicals have successfully assisted with conditions such as pain, anxiety, sleep, depression, skin health, brain health, and even a certain type of epilepsy. Growing hemp as nature designed, it is vital to our urgent need to reduce greenhouse gases, and it ensures the survival of our planet. In the midst of the climate crisis, opioid crisis, obesity crisis, and plastic waste crisis, the hemp renaissance is emerging to lead the way to a better solution. And this time around, farmers like myself can be in charge. Hemp as a crop can help small and medium large farms by providing lower input costs and higher dollar returns per acre. Hemp can be grown organically without the use of petrochemical fertilizers and toxic herbicides used often in agriculture commodities today. Hemp is projected to create tens of thousands of jobs across the sectors of the industry in the United States and across the globe. All right. Creating opportunities with what you have in agrotourism. Agrotourism is something that in the past at our farm during the third, the second, and first generation were something that was pretty much unheard of. Farms in this day and time can have the opportunity to add agrotourism as the original farm additive or already adding it to the farming portfolio that's already in place. For our farm, we added the original plantation of where my ancestors originated during the 1800s. First generation farmer Byron Brown was born and raised at the Oakley Grove plantation in Littleton, North Carolina. He was enslaved in the home as a servant along with his mother, my great grandmother, Lucinda Fain. During the end of the Civil War in 1865, when the Confederate soldiers lost the war, my great grandfather Byron Brown was able to run away from the plantation and develop and work on another plantation where he was actually able to be paid for the labor that he had created. In May of 2021, I was able to purchase this property and add it to the business portfolio of our farming operation that is already in existence. This allows my farm to add a agro-tourism sector to the existing portfolio to be able to also tell our story and to also be able to provide tours, bed and breakfast, and wedding ventures. Processes what I have created for our farm can also be utilized to farms that are centennial farms or generational farms. We have to be able to branch out our ideas in order to scale our farms up to add to some of the products and services that we provide. Some of those examples are corn mazes, hemp mazes, farm tours, fishing tournaments, weddings, and bed and breakfast. The industrial hemp textile processes. As mentioned before, we grew over 185 acres to combat the traditional commodity crops that have been grown in the past to add to soil index volumes, to lower the nitrogen input costs, and to be able to add to an existing industry that is already in place. From left to right, we start with an example of the Genma fiber hemp. As you see, the fiber hemp to the left in the slide was grown to a maturity level of 8 to 9 feet tall within a 30 to 60 day planting window. After the stalk was at its maturity level, it was sickle cut and laid to the ground, which what we call a dew retting process. The dew retting process is similar to the hay process, where it would take up to 7 to 14 days to dry on the ground in a natural state. Once the plants are dry, they can be raked with a bar rake to a windrow of 4 to 5 feet wide. And it would allow there to rest for another 7 days. After the 7th day of the entire plant being completely dry, which can be tested just like hay for your traditional hay farmers, if the stalk is able to be snapped at a natural snap and not a bend, it is dry. And on the third photo in the middle, we're able to bale that stalk in a 4x5 or 5x5 bale. Once baled, it is picked up by our manufacturing clients and taken to a facility where it will be separated. The process of separation is called decortication. Decortication is a process where the fiber on the outside of the stalk is separated from the interior core of the stalk, which is called the hurd. There is processes and markets for both sides of the separation. Hurd can help build homes where fiber can create textiles. As shown in the photo number 4 to the right, the fibers that are laying on the cardboard are fibers that have been separated from the hurd. And from that point, it is spent just like cotton into a fabrication into the last photo. And from that fabrication is where a head-to-toe garment is created. In that head-to-toe garment, compared to polyester and cotton mixes, the hemp textile can be a longer lasting end product, and it can help with biodegradable breakdown, which gives back to the environment. If you enjoyed our slide today and want to learn more about our farm, we have areas on social media networks that you all can view our day-to-day operations. Brown Family Farms is listed on Facebook at facebook.com/Brown Family Farms CFSA, or on Instagram at Hempfinity US. Our contact number is 252-820-0449. And you can also email us at info@connectgroupllc.com. It was a pleasure to be able to present our farm here today at the National Black Conference, Farmers Conference. I appreciate again Dr. Boyd and his wife, Mrs. Boyd, for having me. And I'm so excited to continue to learn more and to be here today. Thank you, and I hope everyone has a blessed day.
I don't know about you, but I certainly enjoyed this program. Just wonderful. Let me see, can I get my volume back up here? Okay, 1 second. Okay, there we go. I really enjoyed his program, especially the history of his family. Unable to purchase some of that land, the land that ties back to his history. Not only are they very, very good farmers, but they had the ability to understand the value of land ownership. You have to turn your volume off. There you go. Right? And the value of land ownership, and also the history of the land. And they were able to understand all of those things. And also heard about him talk about his dad, and you can see the love that he has and the respect that he has for his father. And he was able to take that piece and tie it back in to what he's doing today. So just so much history there, a wealth of knowledge. And I always say farming is history, it's land ownership, it's family, and it's the actual love of the land. And you can hear every one of those points in Rick Brown's presentation. And I've been watching him closely, and the ability and the relationship that he has with his son. And he shared those stories as well on his Facebook page. But also there's a lot of information and photos and stories that he shares about his farming operation as well. So you can hear my voice. I'm very proud of him. And as I said in the introduction, that I definitely believe that he's the next generation. He represents what the next generation of Black farmers should look like. And so we're very proud of him, and I hope that you will stay in touch with him. And if you have any questions for him, reach out. He shared his contact information with you as well. And next we have my great friend, Chuck Baldwin. I know he's watching, and he's the next speaker. And Chuck has been a partner of the National Black Farmers Association for many, many years, and very, very good friends to me and Kara. And he's doing very, very good work, especially for the veterans and those who are disabled. And if you have farmer friends that fit that definition, you really, really need to listen to this next presentation and reach out to see how you can get involved with what AgriAbility is doing. So I'm gonna stop talking there, Chuck. I'm gonna mute myself, and feel free to take it away.
All right. Thank you, John. Can you hear me?
I can hear you fine.
Okay, great. Super. Well, good afternoon to all of you. I am Chuck Baldwin, and I am here representing Agribility as a partner in the Life Project. We're going to go ahead and share our screen here so that we can get the PowerPoint up. Give us just a second, and I'll introduce you to the rest of our speakers today. Can everybody see that that PowerPoint slide? I get a nod or a thumbs up here?
Yes.
Okay, great, super. So my coworkers, John Jamerson, Tamika Peoples, Ed Sheldon, and I, we want to thank Dr. Boyd and Kara for the invitation to join once again in this really important gathering of African American and Native American farmers and those who work alongside of them. Ed and I have the privilege of being here in person today, while John and Tamika will be speaking virtually. We represent 3 organizations that became partners 2 years ago in a USDA 2501 grant to help socially disadvantaged farmers, ranchers, and veterans in agriculture. Our group is called the Legacy Innovation Farming Economic Project, or the LIFE Project. And it's led by John Jamerson of the Legacy Farming and Health Group. He's going to be speaking next shortly. And it also includes the Peoples Foundation, represented by its CEO and founder, Tamika Peoples, and the National Agribility Project with Ed and myself as partners. So what is agribility?
Okay. I will slide in here and speak a bit. In a nutshell, Agribility, we're a project of USDA. Oh, sorry, excuse me. There we go. There we go. I think we're back where we need to be. Anyway, Agribility is a project of USDA. We are here to help farmers and ranchers who have functional limitations or disabilities help you continue to do what you want to do, which is typically farm and be active on your farm or ranch. If you have some type of a challenge or disability that's slowing you down or makes it difficult to accomplish the task of what you want to accomplish on the farm, give us a call. We'll work with you. There is no charge for our services. It doesn't cost anything to have our professionals come and visit your farm or ranch to talk about your needs and your goals and what can be done to help accomplish those goals more safely and more comfortably. If you've never heard of us before, maybe a little bit wary, don't feel bad. You're not alone. We've been called possibly USDA's best kept secret, but hopefully we can break that secret out a little bit and help you become, or help agriculture, or help you become and remain involved in agriculture and be successful in your ventures, and just as it is for Mike and Becky Pulte here in this next video.
His life. We need some knowledge to
Can you read those? Can you read that stuff? The message on the screen. Get them here. Okay, and just to kind of rehash, really at the end of the day, and our mission is really to enhance the quality of life for farmers and ranchers and agricultural workers, farm families throughout the country that are dealing with some type of disability. We just want to help enhance quality of life. With that, I'll pass it back to Chuck.
So who does AgriBility serve? Well, a lot of us don't like that word disability, and we prefer to use the term functional limitations, because the fact is we serve anyone in agriculture with any kind of functional limitation. And a lot of those, they may just be a hindrance and not really a disability. AgriBility helps folks that just have the signs of aging, things like arthritis, or perhaps a visual impairment or a hearing impairment. We do help farmers that have more serious challenges like spinal cord injuries, amputations, and back impairments. And we also help veterans who want to farm with PTSD and traumatic brain injury. The fact is, if it's slowing you down or making your farming painful, chances are AgriBility can help. Maybe the person for videos.
Okay.
Why don't you tell them what we'll try and do here?
What's that?
Why don't you tell them what we'll try and do with those videos?
Okay, we understand we're having some difficulty, or you're having some difficulty hearing our videos. We'll try to parrot what the folks on the videos are saying to kind of give you an idea. We apologize for the technical difficulties, but we'll try to work through this. We'll jump over it a little bit. Why, when, and where doesn't matter, I guess. Doesn't matter what the cause of your disability is, or what, when, and where it might have happened. We work with farmers and ranchers, many of which possibly have had traumatic injuries. We all know that agriculture is one of the most hazardous occupations, and naturally it follows that we have several disabling injuries, and we work with a number of folks who have had injuries from the farm accidents. But honestly, a good portion of our clientele also maybe have injuries from off-farm accidents, vehicle accidents especially, or off-road vehicles, recreational accidents, that type of thing. Disease, arthritis, very common issue. Back issues as well affect many farmers. And aging, which is going to affect all of us at some point, and many of us already. The average age of farm operators is 58 in the United States, and and things don't work as well as you age, and that's why we're here to help service this variety of issues. Okay, not only cause but who doesn't matter. We work with everybody. We've always worked with all people that have been involved in agriculture, although in the last few years, we've made a concerted effort to reach populations that might have been previously underserved. These include socially disadvantaged, military veterans, Amish, or other old order or plain populations or groups, and beginning farmers and ranchers. And we'll pass to Chuck to talk about some of those in specifically.
Agribility is one of numerous USDA programs and incentives that providing benefits for socially disadvantaged farmers and ranchers. These groups are defined by the USDA as African American, American Indian, Asian American, and Latino. Agribility outreach to socially disadvantaged farmers includes workshops at 1890 and 1994 land grant institutions. Those are the historically Black and the Native American land grants. And those workshops highlight our services to farmers, families, and professionals, as well as being a regular participant in the National Black Farmer Association events. Agribility educational materials and programs have been translated into Spanish or developed specifically for Latino audiences, especially migrant worker families. The National Agribility Project and several state and regional agribility projects have provided services in Native American communities and reservations as well. The National Agribility website at www.agribility.org has a page dedicated to resources for socially disadvantaged and underserved farm and ranch families. Links are provided to USDA and other programs serving these populations, as well as an overview of the LIFE project.
Okay, talk a little bit about veterans and beginning farmer and some of our efforts for those populations. And before I start that, I'll explain. We lumped these two groups together for two reasons. One, many veterans tend to get out and are beginning farmers, and also many of the USDA programs through the Natural Resources Conservation Service or Farm Service Agency lump them together as well. They have similar programs, and they're typically, if one's eligible, the other group would be as well. So we kind of group them together and treat them similarly. We've always served veterans. In the past, we didn't really try to track that, and now we do. We have resources devoted to a variety of different efforts. Our Agribility website, which we have a number of huge number of links to a variety of different programs, both government funded and also private nonprofit organizations that are specifically set up to assist veterans and beginning farmers. The next mission video, which is also available through that website, it's a 20-minute video that highlights the experiences of several of our veterans from around the country. Just a very inspiring video with a lot of personal information and a lot of personal stories about veterans that have been successful in agriculture after their service. You can find that at agribility.org. We also work very closely with the Farmer Veteran Coalition, which is a national organization for veterans interested in farming, and coordinate also help to promote their Homegrown by Heroes program, which is a branding effort for products or farm products grown by veteran farmers.
Before we go to this next video, it's a couple, both of them being veterans. I'm going to try and parrot what they're saying. And we're going to see if that works. If that's working for some of you, so that you hear my sound, even though you're watching their video, would you give us a thumbs up on the screen just so that we know it's working and isn't making things worse? We'd appreciate it. Aaron, this is Walter Morris. We're from Maine. We run a small homestead. We're both retired veterans with small children, a bunch of rowdy sheep, a couple of cows, and 35 acres we manage in the little town of Jefferson. I joined the Army in 1991 and decided I would stay in the military until it stopped being fun. Unfortunately, while I was in Iraq, I got injured. And I spent 3.5 years at Walter Rear. Through a veterans outing, we came in contact with a group called Agribility, and that really helped us along the way. I have MS. I was diagnosed 3 years before I retired from the military. The military was very supportive, but also it was very obvious that it was time to find it. Agribility is wonderful. Agribility helps us find ways around our disabilities to make everything easier and run more smoothly. It's not a cookie cutter organization. They come out to the farm, they look at what you're doing and things that can specifically help you. Through this rapport, we were able to get a grant through Newman's Own, and they were able to help pay for the corral for us. In Maine, our forestry industry is huge, and Agribility helps them as well. Fishing industry is huge, and Agribility helps them as well. I tell them what I've learned, and they say, "Oh, well, what book did you find that in?" And I say, "I didn't find it in a book. I found it through Agribility." It's getting word out to all the folks that it can help, not just farmers.
Okay, that's a good coverage of our veteran efforts. Another group we work with that may be somewhat unique is the Amish and old order or plain communities. We have some programs and resources specifically for that audience. If you can imagine, typically the online delivery of programs to this audience isn't very effective. So we need to find little different methods to work with this group, and we've developed programs specifically for Amish communities.
Obviously, we try to work with everybody. We work with 4 categories that are designated by the USDA, those being education, networking, direct assistance, and marketing. Through education, we work in workshops, resource development, and online education. Networking, we leverage our efforts with other groups, even as we are doing now with the National Black Farmers Association, getting the word out. Direct assistance, when a person calls us, we can go out and do site visits, we give consultations, we can help with business planning. And marketing, we do public awareness events to help people know that Agribility is for them. They can call us at any moment. Once again, if it was helpful, did it seem to be helpful that we parroted the conversation going on the video?
Yeah, we had a couple of thumbs up. So.
Couple of thumbs up. Okay, well, we'll try that again. All right. This is my first year attending the Agribility conference, and I really enjoyed it. This is the first time I ever heard about it. And one thing I like about it more than any other conference is that it's something that farmers of all sizes can get hold of. There are new ideas and new equipment that I found out about. From the row croppers to the livestock people and the vegetable people, small and large, there's a lot of great information. What does Agribility not provide? We do not provide direct funding. Most of the funding that comes for the assisted technology that helps farmers out, farmers that have some form of disability or functional limitation, comes through the state vocational rehabilitation systems. But we help farmers to get through that system more easily. If the state vocational rehabilitation system is not able to help them, we help find other sources of grants or possibly loans. But it's always our goal to help farmers be able to work without having to fund the needs that they may have for assisted technology. We also do not directly provide equipment, although there are some agribility projects that partner with the Tech Act project in their state, and some of those do provide equipment for their people.
Okay, I want to talk about a couple of our specific resources that are of interest to many people, especially this first one, the Toolbox Assistive Technology Database. Here with Agribility, we try to connect folks with assistive technology that can assist them in doing their jobs or continuing to work on the farm. And the Toolbox is a collection of well over 1,600 products. I think we're closer to 2,000 now, actually. Of different types of products ranging from very simple to quite complex that can be used to assist farmers, ranchers, gardeners, homeowners, whoever, to assist with various tasks around the farm and the ranch. This can be found at our online version can be found at our agribility.org website. Click on the toolbox. Can be searched for huge variety of different assistive devices and is updated all the time. So encourage you to check that out. Another set of resources we have a lot of interest in is our resource material for arthritis. Arthritis crosses every boundary. Everybody is susceptible to arthritis. Very few farmers age or family members age and get by without suffering or experiencing arthritis at some point. We've distributed many thousands of these materials, Arthritis in Agriculture. I believe we're close to 100,000 copies around the country right now. Mentioned earlier about the Amish specific materials. We have a publication called Plain Facts About Arthritis, which is directed toward old order communities, Spanish version as well. Then we have for a more general audience, some material specific to gardening, which is not, lots of people garden that may not necessarily farm.
Oh, I'm Don Kuster. I'm 41 years old, and I have arthritis. I am a farmer in Bedford, Pennsylvania. I have a 100-acre certified organic farm. In January of 2012, I was in an accident where a tree fell on my head, and I had a terrible concussion for about 13 months. After my brain healed, my body still felt stiff and sore. So the doctor ran some tests and discovered that I have rheumatoid arthritis. I found out about Agribility through an internet search. I was going through some really painful days during harvest season, and I just was looking for any type of resource or any type of help, some information. I was thinking, this has got to be easier. There has to be a way. Well, through the use of the toolbox, I've been able to find implements and tools that I can use to cause less stress and less repetitive motion on my fingers and less bending over. In organic agriculture, weeds are my biggest enemy, and I'm pinching and pulling, and sometimes the weeds pull back on me. So what Agribility means to me is that I'm going to be able to do this for another 25 years like I need to do it. So we showed that to share, what happens if one day you decide to call our 800 number? I mean, let's say that you call and you tell us you've got some arthritis and it's slowing you down and making life hard for you, and you're just wondering if Agribility might have some suggestions. If it's something where we can point you to some tools or other resources that make life easier for you, we'll do that right on the phone. If it's a situation where you would like us to come out and look at your farm or talk together about your hopes and plans and then come up with the way you can accomplish what you want to do more safely and easily, we'll send someone out, and like a good friend, we'll listen to you. We'll believe in you. We'll put our heads together and come up with something that will work for you. My name is Keith Raspberry. I'm from Winsville, Missouri. I've been farming all of my life since I was able to follow my grandparents through their gardening chores and help them. As I was coming up, we made our own food, except for sugar and flour. I'm married, been married for 30 years to wife Kathy, and wife and 4 kids. We now preside in a little small farm, not a large one, small 5-acre farm where we're starting to raise poultry. I have a thing called transverse myelitis, which is an inflammation of the spinal cord, which left me like an infant for about 6 months. I had to learn to walk again. I have to learn to talk again. I have to learn to feed myself, to even put on my own clothing. Agribility has helped me so far open my eyes to see there are resources and aids that will help me to progress in my future farming career. And also, it's shown me and the people that I've met through the Agribility conferences that there are aids and that there are farming implements and tools that can help their life. And I know that Agribility will be able to help me overcome the disability that I have today. You learn to adapt. You learn to take things that you thought you took for granted, and you learn to do it simply. I would say to anybody who hasn't experienced Agribility, you need to get up, open your eyes, and take a look. Agribility has helped every farmer that I have spoken to tremendously and makes them all smile and proud. If you haven't seen Agribility, put a smile on your face, and all those things that you say you can't do, with a little help from Agribility, a little will of your own, you'll be able to go a long way. Agribility and the program as a whole loves to help farmers. And every single person who works in this organization wants to help farmers. We're not here for the money, promise you that. We're here because we have a passion. We want to make sure that farming continues and farmers are taken care of and make sure that they take care of themselves. So I really, really hope that every farmer who has a limitation or disability takes advantage of this program. Agribility and the oops, it kicked back on itself. Sorry about that. There is so much more to Agribility, and we're just a phone call away. Agribility is there to help you stay productive and to do it more easily and safely than you think possible. We do plan to have a table with some things that you can pick up at the National Black Farmer Association conference tomorrow. And we do hope that you'll drop by and pick some things up for yourself or for a neighbor. If you know that they might need it, we'll look forward to getting to know you there. But Agribility is only a small part of the LIFE project. There's so much more to know. So we're going to go ahead now and turn things over to John Jamerson and Tamika Peoples to share the rest of the story.
Hello, everyone. Greetings, John and Kara. It's good to be here on a video. It's my first time in 5 years that I haven't been there in person. So really missing the camaraderie, and it gives Ed and Chuck and myself time to bond and everything. We have good stories to recollect off of. But I just want to thank you guys for what you guys do with this LIFE project that we have. I can honestly say that if it wasn't for the National Black Farmers Association, that this would probably not be. I was at that conference, the first one I went to about 4 years ago, that I met with Chuck. We were stuck in the airport together, waiting on a ride to the hotel, and we got to having a conversation about where we were going and what we were doing. And I don't think I appeared to be a farmer, and Chuck didn't appear to be one that was going to the Black Farmers Association. And we found out we were going to the same thing. So it was a bond that formed there at the airport. We grew together and began to work together, and also come together with other farmers that I was working with to create the Life Project. So let me get into a little bit about the Life Project. Let me see if I'm able to share my screen and begin to talk about it. Chuck talked a lot about what we do, and see if I can get into presentation mode here and go. And well, this jumped all the way to the beginning. But this is our Life Project. We have Tamika is going to tell about herself. This is a little bit about the Legacy Taste of the Garden, which I'm part of. We're out of Lao Station, Indiana, the last remaining African-American settlement in Indiana. Also part of the, featured in the Smithsonian African-American Museum through my father-in-law, who is considered one of the last remaining African-American farmers who still farming family-owned land that they own pre-Civil War. We go into a lot of what we do with the cells and seeds, and with teaching about raised beds and hoop houses and aquaponics, introducing youth to the wide world of agriculture. We teach them and introduce them to everything from rodeos to gardening to marketing, and take them on trips. We do festivals and things with them, teach them growing techniques and gardening, teach them about the Junior Master Gardeners program. We teach them about 4-H, and we make sure that they understand what they're doing in the garden. It's not just something that they go about doing. One of the main things that they love is learning how to can, how to cook. We have what we call a book and cook, where we teach them. We go through a series of books that talk about things of years past and the things that they cook, and then we teach them how to cook those things. We partner with a lot of organizations, and that's something I really want to point out here about what we do in partnering. And John Boyd, the National Black Farmers Association, he's really been a champion for us out there. I was watching him the other day on, I think he calls it Justice, his little tractor that he was riding to the Capitol on, but he goes out there and I do a little bit, and my plate is full. I've been to their farm down there. As huge as it is, there's no way that I can imagine trying to do all the things that he does and keep up. But what I'm saying is that, if you guys have any inkling about what it takes to do this, be sure to make sure that you guys support all of our organizations that are out there that are standing up for us, especially the National Black Farmers Association. With that being said, let me go back to my presentation. Like I said, we are a family-owned company. Our thing is to pass down and to teach and to continue the legacy of farming. These are some of the grants and stuff that we've gotten: the SARE grant, the 2501 grant, which is the Life Project. And we teach about trauma and nutrition, and we're dealing with the Indiana Black Farmers, Indiana Grown, and a lot of different companies there. We formed the Legacy Farming and Health Group, which is a host of Black farmers across the country, just trying to figure out how can we work together and do some things, and making sure that we get food and access to our communities. We teach about being leaders and helping out, because it's one thing to learn about doing these things, but it's another thing to begin to implement, and then implement them. What we discovered is that there's a lot of things that are lacking. As Kara was pointing out earlier today, a lot of us are trying to get different funds and stuff like that, but we don't have our farm numbers and stuff. So we need to, we're creating a conference that is going to promote what the basics are, the things that we need to know as becoming entrepreneur farmers, knowing the basics, how to prepare our ground, how to develop the business and overseeing the growth of our production. And one of the newest things that are really being promoted out there is the climate smart agriculture. BAMFX, I remember meeting them. They were there with Mr. Marley a couple years ago. That's part of what they do is helps with that climate smart agriculture. If anybody looks back at about a month and a half ago, the West Coast was in triple digits. You go about 3 weeks ago, they were in the freezing area. That's what climate change is. And so we need to have things that help our stuff grow and helps us to helps our products and things to be able to survive those severe climate changes. Part of what we do with the LIFE project, as Chuck said, it stands for Legacy, Innovation, Farming, and Economics. Here are some of the groups that we work with. The People's Foundation, which is Tamika, Chef Joseph. He does a entrepreneur part where he teaches about value added and how to take your product from start to market. Of course, with agribility, we have Pangea Farms and Little Red Hen. These are our groups. What we teach and do our outreach and training with is with new farmers, youth, veterans, urban farmers, disabled farmers, and ag-related business. We train in hoop houses, about scholarships, People's Foundation, which we'll hear about in a few, aquaponics, agribility, and value added are the things that we promote and try to teach our youth and stuff about. Our objectives are to increase the number of socially disadvantaged farmers, new farmers, youth, urban, and veteran farmers, to introduce them, to involve them, and to increase their participation in the USDA programs, grants, scholarships, and loan. Training and innovation process and technology is part of what we do. We help to show and mentor to those that are in our group these things. We try to put out our measurables of the number of participants that we work with, the number that apply to these things, who got approved. And these things do make a difference. We have quite a few things that we did with different programs. We've been with conferences at North Carolina A&T and FAMU. We did one there last year, the Life Project Conference. And so these are some of the things that we do. And we have a weekly, first Thursday and a third Thursday webinar that we do on Zoom that we can, that we bring different information and stuff to, and have different guest speakers on. I do have, and I will share in the chat, contact information, how you can get in contact with with us at Legacy Taste of the Garden or the Life Project. I just shared that in the chat. The-lifeproject.com is where you can get in and hear more information about what we're doing and how to connect with us. And once again, I want to thank you guys, especially thank John and Kara for what they're doing. Thank Chuck and Ed for making the trip without us and partnering with us. And we look forward to doing a lot of great things in the future. Now I'm going to introduce the queen of our outfit, which is Miss Tamika Peoples, and let her tell you a little more about Peoples Foundation. Thank you.
I think I'm muted. I was muted for a second. Hey, everyone, and thank you, John. Honestly, I have very, very little to add. You really summed up what the Life Project is. And I want to also thank Kara and John Boyd for always being willing to host us and have us a part of the conversation. You're right, it's about collaboration. We started this work as a team and as an organization, really focused on how are we doing things from the ground up and as a grassroots organization to just change the trajectory and have an impact. And so I'm certainly grateful for the team being able to allow us to present. John, just a quick question. Did you have I know your slide was rolling through there fairly quickly, but I wanted to know if you had that slide up so I can kind of just talk a little bit about Peoples Foundation. If not, I can certainly bring up a quick little presentation.
Give me just a sec. You want that first slide that was on there?
Yeah, we don't have to go in too far in depth. I just want to give a quick overview of who we are, what we do. In fact, it's all good. I'll just bring up my slide and my presentation and share screen. Do I have host authority, Mr. Boyd? I'm sure I do. Allow me to share my screen. Yeah, it does. Awesome. Okay, everyone. Thank you again. As John mentioned, I'm Tamika Peoples. I'm founder of Peoples Foundation, and we're just one of the many organizations that he mentioned that helps to do this work. We're headquartered out of Lompoc, California. And of course, through this partnership, we're able to reach people virtually and talk to people in multiple regimes. Our focus on Peoples Foundation is to really be that lead in the administrative arm, and then work on some of the value addition discussions that John had mentioned here. We offer a lot of programs, but I really want to focus on what we do on the agricultural side. As John mentioned, we host one-on-one workshops for farmers, where we want to reach our farmers wherever they're at. And what you see here on the screen is how we do that. We do it in a virtual setting. We're also able to do it one-on-one on the farm, and that allows us to meet directly with farmers and talk about what type of programs they're looking to get into. We coordinate on setting up routine virtual summits, like you saw here on the Roots of the Soil. We did a land succession planning 3-part forum with our teammates, just to make sure that we're providing tools and resources for our farmers. And most importantly, that value addition, how to understand some of these programs and resources that are out there. So Peoples Foundation really just acts as more of the administrative back-end arm to make sure these workshops go off without a hitch, and understand where people can reach us at on our website, and to continue to coordinate how our farmers are connecting with the Life Project and certainly the organizations that support throughout. Just kind of showing here, highlighting where we've been at and what we've done. We do on-site workshops to make sure that the farmers understand what other resources they might be able to tap into. I can tell you what on the Seed to Store workshop that we offer, it really focuses on the USDA AMS program that talks about the import and export of agricultural products. Given some of the work that certainly Peoples Foundation and Seed to Shirt has done, we've really worked directly with cotton farmers in order to source products from those farmers so we can use in our apparel line. And we've really learned a lot about organic certification process, and certainly trying to share that information with other producers who are looking to move into that space. So as John mentioned, we touch a lot of the different areas. I know you've heard a lot from even our partner, National Agribility Project. One thing we want our farmers to know is, one, how to reach us, how our workshops are offered, the series and seminars that are available through our platform. And so the Life Project, thelifeproject.com is how you can reach out to our team. And there's several resources between all of our organizations that can help the farmers extend what they're doing on their farm and what they would like to get into. So that is it for my presentation. Again, as I mentioned, we're more of the administrative and supportive arm for the Life Project to continue to execute and do the amazing work that they do. And with that, I will turn it back over. I think is Daryl presenting after us, John?
Not sure if Darrell made it on. But if not, we can turn it back over to Chuck.
Okay, well, Chuck, the floor is yours. And again, thank you guys for having us. And we really hope that you learn a bit more about our programs and resources at our website. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks to both of you, John and Tamika, for sharing there. And we don't have anything else specific to share here. We're open to questions if there's time for that. So I'll turn it back over to Dr. Boyd for what he would like to do with the time.
Hi, everyone. And I guess you know by now, it's not John Boyd, it's Kara. Hey, everybody. Yeah, Chuck, if we have any questions, we have a few more minutes.
Are you muted, Kara?
I'm unmuted.
I can hear Kara. I can hear you, Kara. Hi, Kara. Thank you.
Thank you, National Agribility and Legacy Life Project. Thank you guys for being such great partners and getting the information out to our communities. It is definitely much needed. I was looking to see if we have any questions. I don't see any at this time. So we'll go ahead and I'll ask, you know, with the project and what you're doing, what are your strategies or next step for 2022?
Where agribility is concerned, we have a national training workshop coming up in March. This would be a great event for anybody who would be interested in knowing more about agribility. The Life Project will be there, and that will be March 14th through 17th, I believe. It's going to be held in Madison, Wisconsin. Please contact us at www.agribility.org to find out more about that. And I'll turn it over back to John to share what's happening with the Life Project for 2022.
With the Life Project, we do have a conference that will be coming up late August. We haven't quite fully confirmed the location and everything, but it will be at a 1890 university with agribility. And we're working on developing, as I said, a conference, a series of conferences, partnering with the certain agencies of the USDA to help to bring out information to work with our farmers to make sure that they understand the processes of going through everything. As we said, the work that Kara, you and John do, there's no way that anybody can, any one person can help everybody. And so what we're trying to do is support you guys in making sure that they have the resources to be able to connect with these people. These are things that we learn from you guys. And so I just want to say once again, from the bottom of my heart, thank you guys for what you guys do. would love to give you your flowers while you can smell. And but you know, you guys do an excellent job, and a lot of what we do, it comes from watching you guys and trying to support when people ask, all right, I've done this, what do I need to do now? And so, and that's part of what we're doing, is trying to fill in those gaps to help out. So look for us. We will be posting a few things, trying to get Chuck and Ed in on a few of those things with us also. But we will be doing a whole bunch this year, it looks like. So, but thanks for asking.
Yes, and I just think it's so important, that we acknowledge our partners, and there's something for everyone to do. It takes more people on the team. When we say the NBFA does advocacy, outreach, and direct technical assistance, in developing that relationship. And I think as our relationships build out, there's always going to be people that different people are able to reach. Our messaging, is very factual, and we are trying to create accountability and transparency. And with bringing Agribility to our conference, we feel that we're doing that because it's a federally funded program. These are taxpayer dollars. There are services that are out there that Agribility can help you to be able to tap into. And that's what we want to make sure that our farmers, especially our elder farmers and our disabled vets, are able to secure those types of resources. We have elder farmers who have benefited from Agribility by being able to get access to mobility tools and equipment, and at no cost to those farmers. So I really hope that those who are watching today and those who may be watching in the future reach out to Agribility and to Life Legacy Project, and also to the People's Foundation, because we're all out here and we're all trying it. And sometimes my phone, I might get 1,000 phone calls, but I appreciate all the partners out there that are pitching in with me and everyone else trying to make sure that our farmers have access to these opportunities. So thank you, everyone, and we're going to go over to our next presentation. It's going to be land lending. How do we get access to purchase land? And I can say that has been one of our greatest challenges, Dr. Boyd and myself, in acquiring land and working with new and beginning farmers and potential farmers. How do we get access to that capital? So I'm going to bring on Luke Wimeth with Ag America. Luke, I can't hear you guys.
Now we're talking. Can you guys hear me now? Yes, no. Yes. Perfect. All right. Sorry about that, guys.
Take two.
I'll start over. My name's Luke Wilmoth. I'm an associate director here of retail lending at Ag America Lending. This is my colleague, Garrett Connor. He's a deal operations analyst. Essentially, what Ag America does, what we do, we are farmer first, farmer focused land lenders. We believe the farmer's greatest asset is their land. And basically what we do is try to get them to pivot, achieve their goals around their land and use their land as their greatest asset. So, like I'm going to piggyback of what John Off said earlier today, is that farming is not a get rich quick scheme. It takes character, it takes time, and it takes hard work. And we firmly believe in that. So what we want to do today is basically give a high level zoom out rundown of obtaining the agricultural financing, kind of demystifying the process of getting, financing from your bank or your local lender, whoever it is, and hopefully maybe answering some questions that you have pertaining to ag financing. So I'm going to share my screen real quick. You guys are still hearing me, right? Perfect. Okay. All right. Let's go. So, I'll get this off the side. Here we go. So today's climate, I think the data is pretty clear. Farming is a family-owned occupation. It's very family-oriented. The vast majority of farms are family-owned. The number of farms has also shrunk. In the past 10 years, we've seen the total number of U.S. farms shrink by 100,000 in just 10 years. But the good news is that the number of farms is increasing. As far as new and beginning farmers. So there are more new and beginning farm producers than were 10 years ago. Farmers are also getting older. In the past 5 years, the average age has increased by 1.2 years as a whole. And there's probably going to be a massive generational handoff about to occur in the next 10 to 20 years, as the data suggests. Farmers also don't always make money. A lot of farming operations write off losses after year, which I think proves that farming is not a get-rich-quick scheme. It takes a lot of time and a lot of effort and a lot of hard work. So what's the bottom line here? I mean, farming is hard, right? But your lender is probably the biggest tool in your arsenal to achieve what you want to do on your farm. So let's say, well, let's back up first. So what's your need? You need to ask yourself, do I want to make my first land purchase ever? Do you already have 20 acres that you kind of have a little bit of cattle on and you'd like to expand and expand your herd? You might have some equipment debt you'd like to refinance into one note and lower your payment. You might also need some operating capital. You might have had a couple rough years, commodity prices aren't exactly where they need to be. How are you going to get through with liquidity for the next season? So you definitely ask yourself those questions before you go to your lender, and also clarify what the borrower structure is. I mean, do you farm through an LLC? Are you a personal individual just farming personally under a Schedule F? Or you might even just be a hobby farmer. Maybe you just like the rural lifestyle and just want to live and own land in the country. And that's totally fine as well. So after you ask yourself those questions, basically there are four main concepts that your lender is going to look at. The best thing to do is go to your lender forthright and establish a relationship and just be honest with them. Just talk to them, telling what you're going through, what you want to do, what are your goals for the future. And they would be more than happy to help you out. So on our end as a lender, there are four main financial concepts that we look at. It's going to be credit history. What is your history of paying back your debts on time? What does your equity look like? What is your net worth? Is your cash flow sustainable? And do you have sufficient liquidity? Do you have enough cash to get you where you need to be? So I want to start with credit. Basically, the credit score is an essential factor in determining creditworthiness. How likely are you to pay back your debts in a timely manner? I will tell you, it varies from lender to lender, but if you're looking for a conventional financial product, typically the high 600s is generally accepted as best practice for credit score. Now, obviously, farming is incredibly financially hard, and lenders do understand that as well. If your credit score may be, low 600s, or it's not exactly where you need to be, it may be more appropriate to obtain alternative financing. There are a lot of interest-only bridge loans out there that can kind of reconsolidate your debt, help you get back on your feet, and when you're finally cash flowing again, get you to a better product and just leave you better than you were before. But really, credit is going to be, it's a main factor in determining, who you are as a borrower, and financial institutions want to see that, you generally at least make a good faith effort to make your payments. Some of you might be asking, how do you build your credit score? And in all honesty, it takes consistent repayment and time. There's really no quick Band-Aid. If your credit score isn't exactly where you want it to be, really it's just going to take a large sample size of paying your statement balances in full, using your credit accounts lightly. One thing I always say to my young and beginning farmer clients is that even, if your credit score is not where you want it to be, you could go buy a stick of gum, right, at the supermarket and pay it off over time, make small purchases with it, and you'll definitely see your credit start to increase. It's never too late to build it back up. Essentially, you just want to sparingly use your credit accounts, and if possible, pay them on time every single time. So another thing that lenders look at is equity. What is your net worth? Obviously, it's, lenders aren't looking for millionaires, otherwise, they wouldn't be lending. They just want to see, how much personal equity do you demonstrate on your balance sheet? When you're ready to make that first step and go to your ag lender, they're probably going to ask you for a balance sheet. A balance sheet is a list of all your assets and your liabilities. So typically, I'll show you on the next slide, our template for a balance sheet. You list all cash on hand, stock and marketable security accounts if you have them, retirement accounts if you have them, equipment, even the $500 Ford Explorer behind your barn, that we can give you credit for that asset on your balance sheet. And obviously, if you own real estate already, you can put that on your balance sheet. A lot of times I tell my borrowers, if you're not sure to put it on your balance sheet, go ahead and put it on there anyway. A lot of times we can use jewelry, collectibles, guns, firearms, anything that is of value. We want to make sure we give you credit for that. And on the other side, you'll have your liabilities. So total balances, your credit cards, vehicle notes, all outstanding debt. And we want to see what the relationship is between, your assets versus your liabilities. So this is our basic template for a balance sheet. Even if you're not looking for financing, it's always a good practice to at least know where you stand equity-wise with yourself. Typically, the lower, the debt to asset ratio, in other words, liabilities to assets, the better. But it's always just good to at least know for your own financial health. The next statement that lenders will look at is a tax return to view cash flow. So, tax returns are generally universally accepted as the main cash flow statement. We just want to see how much money you're generating each year. It could be through salary, self-employment. normal farm income, whatever you're reporting on your taxes, we'd like to take a look at that. If you're already doing crops, you kind of have, you've built up some scale. If you're doing row crops or grain or whatever, historical yield statements also work. Actual production history statements are incredibly helpful for our underwriting team, and they know exactly how much your crops are yielding year after year. And this is a very brief example, but I would like to kind of demystify what lenders look at when they say cash flow. This is one of the many key accounting ratios that lenders look at. It's called a total debt coverage ratio. Typically, most lenders like to see you for a conventional, financial product 1-to-1. So you might see, your net income total is 50,000. And you might have 40,000 total annual debt service. Your total debt coverage ratio would be 1.25-to-1. A lot of times farmers don't meet that 1-to-1 every year. If that's the case, maybe it's time to consolidate your debt, lower your payments, and use your land as your key asset to pivot you out of low cash flow to get you where you're back on your feet and you can start making payments and take home some money again. The last main financial concept that lenders look at is liquidity. And really that's just a fancy catch-all term for cash. So how much cash or equivalent do you have, on your balance sheet? Typically, you might not have a lot of cash, to you, but if you keep your credit card balances low, you might just have some rent payments and that's about it. A lot of times that's sufficient liquidity for your own personal needs. Basically, all the lender is asking is if you're able to pay your own short-term obligations. And this is also another key ratio. A lot of lenders will look at is called the current ratio. So they want to see, if you added up all your cash, marketable securities if you have them, accounts receivable for crops, your livestock you have for sale inventory versus your credit cards and your accounts payable, and whatever portion of your equipment or your real estate debt that's due within a year. If you add them side by side, it'll give you, in this case, it's a ratio of 1.25-to-1, which is sufficient. Again, lenders, they like to see, at least above 1-to-1, but if it's not, definitely talk to your lender and see how they can get you there. Most lenders just want to work with you and get the story behind you, and make sure that they can put you in a better spot. I also wanted to outline some other items to consider. A lot of times, lenders will wait till the very end to pull a credit report, or they'll do it at the very beginning. If you're already monitoring your credit, and of some adverse items on there that you wish you weren't on there, go ahead and be upfront and let them know. No one's getting you in trouble. Have a good story for what that is, because a lot of times, if you might have a couple late payments, on a random credit card or a vehicle note. But if you let your lender know, hey, I accidentally sent this to the wrong address, or hey, auto draft for this lender didn't work, or they rolled over my line of credit and accidentally dinged my credit report, definitely let your lender know, because a lot of times they can waive that if you have a good explanation. Do you have unpaid collection accounts? Pay them off, always. A lot of times, I'll see someone who has never missed a payment in their life, but they might have a $200 medical collection that they were unaware of. A lot of times, they would have handled that if they knew about it. But, especially in medical collections, they're very quick to write off those notes and send them to collections. So if you have a medical collection that you don't know about that's unpaid, highly recommend to pay it off. Another great thing is that the federal law through the Federal Trade Commission gives you the right to a free credit report every 12 months at annualcreditreport.com. Every single one of my borrowers, I always recommend them to download their credit report through the Federal Trade Commission. It'll go through all three reporting bureaus, and you get to see exactly which accounts are reported, your repayment history, and it gives you a chance to rectify any errors that you see on there. Let's say someone pulls your credit, your lender might say, hey, it looks like you missed a payment last year, but you know good and well that's not the case, and you have an invoice to back that up. You can definitely get that waived or amended through a reporting bureau. And it's just really good to know what's on your credit report. Credit Karma or a similar product is also great for monitoring credit. I know I use it personally. It's a great help. And it's just, like I said, it's good to know your own personal finances. As far as the balance sheet goes, I know we talked a little bit about equity earlier. It's great to have a thorough and accurate market value balance sheet. If you've never filled out a financial statement before, definitely talk to your lender and they can work with you and build one together. I know a lot of people, have never filled out a balance sheet before they come to us or any other lender, and that's totally okay. If you have questions, we can build a balance sheet in 20 minutes or less with you and walk you through everything. But if you already have one, definitely have it updated and ready before the last 30 days because they're probably going to ask for that anyway. Also, 3 years of tax returns, like I mentioned before, for cash flow. W-2s are also great to verify salary income, especially if you might be married and you might have a spouse, but the spouse doesn't want to be on the loan. They want to see those W-2s to make sure that you can service that debt personally on your own. Also, if you're a salary earner, 2 recent pay stubs on hand is definitely helpful as well. Whatever financial documents that you have on hand that are official and can make a case for your ability to repay, that's perfect. That's what lenders are looking for. So congrats, you're approved. What happens now? So ag lending is a little different than your standard personal lender or even small scale commercial lender. Oftentimes, your local bank can give you money after your application if you're approved within 1 to 2 weeks, maybe even less. Ag lending falls into more of the commercial lending category. And sometimes it takes a little longer to get everything involved. So my first suggestion is always read over the lender's approval notice. Make sure you understand all the language in the approval, including conditions and covenants before you sign. If you might have an attorney, definitely forward it to your attorney as well to review the language with you and ask your lender questions. It is legal language, so it might be a little hard to understand. They can definitely answer any questions that you have. The next thing a lender is going to do is order the appraisal. This typically, depending on the lender, strictly for land, and it determines your land value. So if you're getting a land loan, for example, you're going to want to know the value of that land. So, oftentimes we will order a third-party appraisal on that land, and it determines an impartial third-party value on that piece of land. Typically, that'll take 2 to 6 weeks. We'll also order a title search, and I believe this is firmly mutually beneficial. Basically, most lenders will have to get clean title with no defects and order title insurance. Typically, lenders title insurance is recommended, or I'm sorry, required. And all that means is basically, if there's a title defect and you have to default on the land, God forbid, but if that happens, you're still reimbursed full coverage for the value of that land. There's also owner's title insurance. It's very complicated, but I'll keep it short and sweet. I always recommend owner's title insurance to all of my borrowers because you just never know. Title typically takes 1 to 4 weeks, depending on who the attorney is, the size of the property, et cetera. And like I said before, there might be covenants and conditions on the approval that you weren't aware about. Definitely make sure you read through the whole approval notice. I couldn't stress that enough. One more thing I want to add is be realistic with your closing date. Your lender is likely trying to be proactive as well and get money in your pocket as soon as possible. But if you see you foresee a need in the future, or hey, I'm probably going to have some operating capital in the future here, don't wait. go ahead and get your foot in the door and let your lender know, hey, I'm probably gonna be making a big cattle purchase in a few months. Let them know so they can go ahead and get everything ready. So you're not waiting for appraisal and title to be done later on down the road. And again, we are always open to questions. I will be able to answer some questions here, but if you'd like to chat one-on-one, my name's Luke Wilmoth. This is my email, and this is our office line. And Garrett is an underwriter that works very closely hand in hand with me. And this is his email and his office line. We love answering questions. Even if you need advice on ag financing or what you'd like to do in the future, please reach out. We just love to talk and get to know you. And I think that's all we have. Kind of went by a little faster than we're definitely we're open to any questions that you might have. I don't know if I want to turn it over to Ms. Kara or Dr. Boyd, but we're open to any questions you might have. So I see Cheyenne asked, do we do refinances? Yes, we do refinances all the time. Typically, even if it's just an equipment note or a real estate note, we can definitely consolidate everything. We love, like I said, let me put my information back up. I know Arthur asked. See if I can share my screen again. This is our information right here. You can take a screenshot. Feel free to give us an email. We love answering questions. Thank you, Cheyenne. Ms. Kara, Dr. Boyd, do you have anything else you might like to add or any questions you might want to ask on behalf of anyone who's watching? All right, guys. I heard, did someone turn on their mic?
This is Tori. I probably are having technical difficulties, so just a moment. And you can go ahead and just leave up your screen with the connect information.
Yes, I'm sorry. I think there's a delay. Yeah, I definitely can. Give me 2 seconds.
Yeah, I don't see any other questions in the chat, so.
I don't think so either. I'll leave my information up for a couple seconds. Thank you guys for listening. And I will turn it on over after we put this up here to whoever's next.
Thank you so much. It was a great presentation.
All right, thank you guys for everything. Oh, hold on. I see one question from Rachel's. Is Ag America helpful for the plan for USDA loans? The paperwork is torturous and some give up after applying because they are advised the paperwork is wrong. Rachel, that's actually a story I hear often. The USDA in particular, it's a very document heavy application process, especially for first time farmers. We typically do not work with the USDA necessarily. I know some banks can do an FSA or a USDA second position against their own loans. What we do have is what's known as an accelerate program. So basically, the only paperwork that's required is an application, a balance sheet, like I mentioned before. We can help you build that. And there's also 3 years of tax returns. Typically, that's all that's needed, and a farm plan, even if it's 5 acres of timber. You might have 10 head of cattle. That's all that's needed. And typically we can get you an approval decision in 24 to 48 hours on average. So that's what we particularly do. And I know a lot of other lenders definitely have a scorecard or accelerate program that's like that. That's what I would recommend. I know the USDA, they do advertise that they're, first time farmer programs, but the paperwork is pretty heavy. So I would definitely ask around to other lenders and see if they have an accelerate program or something that's, a short-term approval process like that. Let's see. Do you consider the timber currently growing on land as assets on balance sheet? If so, who evaluates the value? That's a great question, actually. It really depends. A lot of times, let's say you're buying land. So you don't have any timber on your balance sheet right now, but you are buying a timber tract. Typically what we'll do, and a lot of other lenders will do, is they'll order a bare land appraisal along with a specific timber evaluation. So basically what they would do is they'd get a forester out there and they would measure a sample size of each tree. They would determine the total yield of timber on that property. And then they would evaluate that with current market prices. And whatever the multiplier of those 3 factors are, that would be the timber value on that land. Let's say you already have timber on your property right now. You can list it as an asset for sure, especially if you plan to cut within the next year. But oftentimes we would just keep that value. We would do a timber cruise on your property, and we would include the timber value in that bare land as well. So it would be included on that.
Bamboo permanent plantings.
Yeah, bamboo. That's a great. So we definitely do bamboo. It's not considered timber. We consider it more of a crop. It's almost a permanent planting in a way. There's so many uses for it, and typically, it's in the U.S. at least, it's still a relatively new crop. A lot of times a forester isn't going to go out there and measure the diameter of each timber or bamboo tree. So typically, your lender would treat you that as a crop. And if you can provide, any yield or price information, I assume through only MOSO is your contractor, they would just treat it like a crop. Kara also asked the UCC filings that prevent timber sales. That's a great question, Ms. Kara. A lot of times, larger lenders will, let me back up here. So let's say you get a loan on your land. Your lender's going to place a lien on that property, which essentially means, if you have to make your payments, or else, God forbid, they'll give you 120 days notice and, they'll start foreclosure proceedings. Usually doesn't happen with us. In that case, they will not only place a lien on the land itself, but also the timber. So the timber is also treated like a separate asset compared to the land. Basically what happens is if you are planning to refinance or purchase a piece of land, really we have to make it'd be in your best interest to make sure that there are no UCC filings on the timber along with the land. Now, a title search is going to uncover that. That's one of the many reasons I believe a title search is beneficial. But it is good to know that a lot of times the timber can be treated differently in some instances like that with a UCC filing, as opposed to just bare land. I hope that answers your question. I know it's a little complex. I'm going to go back up here. If I see a crop is naturally destroyed and a loan is needed, is it required to have crop insurance? Destiny, it usually depends on the lender and what program they're putting you through. For example, our Accelerate program, we don't require crop insurance. Now, if you're a larger scale operator and looking for interest-only financing or potential line of credit, they will usually require crop insurance, or at least just see what you've got on the crops. But I mean, if you're more of a small scale hobby or specialty farmer, usually they're not going to require crop insurance on what you have. This is ridiculous. Mrs. Boyd, what you're saying is immediately turn agriculture farm instead of any type of real estate lender. Tiffany, I might add to that. If you're able to go through a normal real estate lender and buy land, that's just as fine. However, in the market, there's a major segmentation between, people who commercial real estate, residential real estate, and ag real estate. A lot of normal municipal banks kind of shy away from ag land because they don't like the volatility of commodity prices, and they're not willing to deal with bad years, which every farmer has. So if you have some, find a lender who's willing to lend on ag land. It really doesn't matter who the lender is, but there are specific agricultural lenders and banks like us who are willing to just do agriculture. For us, it's our bread and butter. It's what we do all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Can you explain that 10 plus acres from the value of properties, the land and not own? Yeah, if I understand Ms. Kara correctly, so usually, ag land, a lot of ag lenders just have an acreage minimum. Usually it's 10 to 20 acres, and you have to have some proof that you are engaging in agricultural activity on the property. A lot of the times, if let's say you're buying a piece of property and there's a home on it, that is more residential. If you're looking to buy, 20 acres with a house on it, and it's kind of a nice house, there's some square footage, that's probably going to fall more into residential. It's probably in your best interest to get a local bank to finance that. Whereas if the house is more of just an accessory to the land and much of that ag value is on the land, typically that's when an ag lender can step in and say, hey, there's ag value to this property. The house is an accessory. We're able to do this. I hope I answered that question right, Ms. Kara.
I would say I can just add to that, piggyback off of it. Pretty much, if you're looking at a piece of property and more than 50% of the value is in the land itself, then that's more going to be an agricultural lender like ourselves. If it's more so in any improvements or in the home itself, that's when it's going to be more commercial or residential.
Yeah, I think that answers Cheyenne's second question, which is a great question. 25 acres was a small 1,400 square foot. Personally, that's kind of a gray area. A tool that we often use to find home value versus land value is your county tax assessor. So whatever the county tax assessor appraised it at, that's typically what we'll go off of for home value. For example, like most counties in America, they will have a public domain search that you can look up your own property and see all valuations and everything free of charge, and it's totally online, public domain. You can see that as well. Typically what we're looking out for and what most other ag lenders are looking out for is that the value of the land let me back up. The value of the house is not more than the value of the actual land. That kind of falls more into residential. And that's also another reason why we talk about appraisals. Typically, the appraiser will determine and confirm, hey, you know, there's ag value to this bare land. You know, this is an ag value. But I mean, if it's like 2 acres, 3 acres, and you might have a hobby farm, you know, a small garden, and most of the values in the house, you might be better off, you know, finding a local bank or residential lender. Yeah, Ms. Kara, we did talk about balance sheets. And I can, I have a template as well. And Ms. Kara has a template as well. Cheyenne asks, are there higher interest rates with ag lending? It really depends on the lender. You know, typically it's, when you're farming, that's a business, right? Therefore, that, you know, under the eyes of the law, that qualifies in commercial lending. Kara makes a great point. It's the difference is usually in the down payment. Most ag lenders like us, you know, we have a minimum down payment of 25% for a purchase. It is a lot, you know, to a standard residential loan. It is a lot of money to come up with. That's why I say, you know, for smaller properties, definitely a local bank that you've established a relationship with. They're typically more appropriate for those things. But if, you know, there's just raw land, a normal ag lender could definitely take a look at that. Also, back on the interest rates thing, right now, particularly, we're seeing a climate of rising rates. You know, the Fed is starting to end their open market operations and start contracting to try to beat down inflation. So right now, rates are going to start, you might see them start creeping up. Now, you know, if there was any time, if you want to go ahead and refinance, now is probably the time to do that. I highly encourage anyone, even my own clients, to shop around, see what financial products and what lenders are you looking for. Definitely try to get the best deal and aggressively negotiate. But, almost like a car dealership, almost. I mean, it's, you know, you don't have, there's not one person who's willing to do what you need to do. I always tell everybody to shop around and do what they need to do. Colin's every year, so always something 3 years harvestable. How many years worth of harvestable stock is including the valuation? Maybe this is one due to uniqueness. Honestly, that's information that needs to come from you. I mean, if that's if you have, you know, yield statements or receipts from only MOSO or whoever your contractor is, we can use that for evaluation and include that as, you know, intermediate asset on your balance sheet. Or if you plan on selling it within the next year, it's a current asset. Typically, your lender, if they want to verify the value of that bamboo, since it is such a niche and unique crop here in the U.S. right now, definitely have invoices and receipts or anything that you have that can verify what you're being paid for that crop. And they can definitely give you credit for that on the balance sheet. It is unique. It's a little bit like, you know, alternating year yield crops, but 3 years, it's definitely unique. So that's what I would recommend. Can you work with a VA loan? We typically don't do VA loans, Cheyenne, because those are that is a residential mortgage product. We've tried in the past to be able to work with something like that, but because we're considered an agricultural commercial lender and a lot of other ag lenders are, a VA mortgage is just not something we're able to offer, unfortunately. Usually, you know, if, like I said, definitely shop around, see if there's a VA lender that you can work with who's willing to kind of dip their toes into agricultural land or the rural lifestyle. I've referred a lot of personal clients to go that route, and they've said it's worked great. So that's what I would personally recommend. Yeah, yeah, Miss Kara, I can do that. So right now, Miss Dr. Boyd and Miss Kara and I are working on a farm purchase. And there is a cell tower on the property. Typically, each deal comes with its own set of unique challenges and what they face, but particularly for this one, a cell tower it's its own monster of an animal. And it is something that I would recommend to look out for when you're looking at purchasing land. I know Dr. Boyd is really a huge advocate for purchasing land as soon as you can. I believe that it's great to look out for. Know if there's a cell tower, for example, on a property that you're looking at buying, is it part of the collateral or is it part of the land? Has it been surveyed out? Because a lot of times, if there is a cell tower lease on that tower, that lease needs to be subordinated to your lender's first position. So all that basically means is that, if God forbid the land is foreclosed, the lender would have to be the first lien holder on that. The cell tower can't affect, any day-to-day operations of your farm, and it can't affect loan performance or repayment or anything like that. Cell towers are just a very special case. They're kind of treated, it's a complex issue. I would say the same thing is true with solar panels. Let's say you buy a piece of property and you might have, solar panels on it, or there's a solar company that wants to put panels on there and pay you, annually for a lease. That's a very special case scenario, typically because solar panels have longer leases, and the lease can't interfere with the mortgage. That's something to look out for too. And one thing I want to add is that, these are very specific case-by-case scenarios. If you have any questions or, you're looking at purchasing a farm yourself, you're kind of shopping around, you have 2 or 3 properties in mind. If you got our information, feel free to send us the property and we can give you our own personal thoughts and what to look out for on it. Ag lending is definitely, it's a monster of a process. And I can attest to that. It can be complex, and all we want to do is simplify it to the best we can. So if you're looking at a property, and we can go in depth and take a look at it, please feel free to shoot it over to us. And, we'd love to take a look at it. Why are solar panels and cell towers special cases when sustainability is a hot topic of 2022? That's a good question, Brooke. It's not necessarily the presence of a cell tower or a solar panel on the property. If that's commercial use and you're making money off of that product on the land, that's great. The problem that makes it such a special case is because, basically, let's say, the long leases on both cell towers and solar panels, a lot of lenders will require, like I said, the subordination underneath, that lease or the operation or whatever the leaseholder has on that. Sustainability is definitely where the farming world's going to. No-till, hemp. I know those are hot buzzwords right now, but ultimately, I personally believe that'll be the future in the next 10 or 20 years. So it's no wonder that solar panels would be too. Right now, I personally believe that, when a lender sees a 100-year lease on a cell tower or solar panel, they just want to make sure that the presence of that solar panel or the cell tower doesn't interfere with your farming operation or the mortgage. And it's not necessarily that a lender can't do it. I think they just, it requires more due diligence and upfront analysis before they proceed. And it's usually not their business, right? But ultimately, if it's part of the collateral, you don't want it to interfere, with the mortgage, either you or the lender. And Kara's right, the buyer should understand all the terms of the lease agreement. That's very true. I wouldn't necessarily say that I'm scared. You know, I basically, you know, when you go back to solar power, solar panels and cell towers, you know, it's an income generating opportunity.
Luke, I can answer that.
You can definitely, please do.
And where we're coming at from that is the piece of property that Dr. Boyd and I are in the process of purchasing has a cell tower on it. We were initially told that there was a lease on it for 20 years. Then we were told that the lease was for 199 years. And now we're being told, you know, that the landowner sold his rights out to that lease. And so when we purchased the property, this cell tower sits in the middle of the farm, and those communication companies now have right of way. They have an easement to come in and out of that farm, and we can't compete with them. So we're going to purchase a piece of property that has a cell tower, basically about an acre of land sitting on it that we cannot use or have control of. And the landowner collected, let's say the lease is $7,000 or $8,000 a year for 99 to 100 years, you know, with a 3% increase annually, potentially this landowner has already collected $1 million out of that cell tower lease. When we purchase that property, that cell tower is going to be there for us and future generations or any future owners of that property without any value. So that's what we're saying. We're just trying to make sure that you understand that if there are lease agreements or easements or deeded easements, that you really understand all the legal terms. We're dealing with another situation on a piece of property that we bought that had a deeded easement, and somehow those property lines have changed. And now we're learning that the easement boundaries did not change the property boundaries, although the neighbor wants to interpret the easement boundary as the new property boundary. So there are a lot of legalities and things that can come in, and we need to make sure that we do have title insurance and that we, you know, have a clear understanding and that we get the property lines marked, that we just don't take for granted what may be on a map or an existing deed, that we actually have it surveyed out, the lines properly marked, and we have title insurance.
Beautifully said. I couldn't have said that better myself. I see Justin's question, what happens if a natural disaster destroys the tower? That's a good question. I've personally never seen that. Usually the language in those lease agreements would defer that responsibility to the cell tower or the lessor or the lessee. I will say also, typically the lease actually refers to the part of the ground that the cell tower is on and not the actual cell tower. So, you know, theoretically, you know, I'm not an attorney, but, you know, hypothetically, if the cell tower was still removed, that lease would still be in place on that piece of land. That's a good question, though. Does that make sense?
Yes, and Luke, that was my understanding as well as we've been going through this with the no compete and with the lease, that the language that's in that lease agreement, that they have, the communication company can even negotiate terms and put other towers or sell that tower to other companies. And the original owner really has no more say in anything because he sold out his rights. So he actually, you know, signed over his lease. And I guess let's talk about it. He is actually considered a non-party now to a transaction that's on his own farm. And we tried to get a copy of some agreements and paperwork, and they said, well, you know, I'm sorry, he can't get that because he's no longer a party to this transaction. So that's why I thought it was important, you know, that we covered this topic today, but also to kind of address some of the legal issues, because it's very important that we understand if there are solar panels or cell towers or any type of easements. We have a lot of right of way. We have people that are attending the conference now that I'm working with, trying to get access to their property. I don't know if, Luke, if you guys touched on that, properties that are landlocked. You know, when a property, you just don't have a right of way, you have no access to it. And the property, let's say it's 20 acres for $10,000. It may be cheap, but if you legally can't get to it, what value is there in it?
That's correct, Ms. Kara. Access is, I'm glad you brought that up, actually. You know, when you're shopping for property, regardless if there is a cell tower on it or not, which, you know, as you described, comes with its own set of issues. Access is also important as well. If you're buying a piece of property, you know, you want to make sure there is at least public road access or a recorded easement to that property, and that it's not necessarily landlocked. So I was just picking back off of you. I think that's a great example. But yes, it is the cell tower, you know, that type of situation is something definitely to look out for. Ms. Kara, did you have anything else you'd like me to add, or any other questions on behalf of everybody else?
Well, of course, I'll have questions, but I just want to say that I appreciate working with Luke and Garrett both. I've referred several of our members over to them, and I can say that they've always been accessible. You know, they've answered our questions. And one of the things that I can talk about here, because a couple of people have asked about USDA lending, USDA does not have a pre-approval process. And that is very challenging when you're going out to look at real estate, because sometimes, I mean, we've been out to look at properties and we were told that the agent would not show us the property unless we had a pre-approval. So, I mean, it's kind of like a catch-22. USDA, you find a property, you go in, you fill out the farm ownership loan, and it could take, you know, 60, 90, even 120 days to even get approved. Usually by that time, that property is already off the market. So we have to find a better way if you are aggressively seeking to purchase land. And I know that USDA, those terms are really good with 100% financing, and even sometimes with FHA with the 3%. But if you're looking at land and the majority of the value is in the land, and you need to go with an agricultural lender, and you're getting a 75% loan to value, which basically means you're putting about 25% down. You know, everything comes back to the numbers game. And the members that I talk with will know, Kara says, if the numbers don't work, you won't work. So it's very important that we make sure, Trinity, that we are getting, you know, they said negotiating, you know, that we compare apples with apples and oranges with oranges. And that's the reason Dr. Boyd and I have gone with Ag America, just to be honest, because we needed to get properties off the market, because we were competing with developers. And, you know, when you got a purchase contract and you've got to go to closing within X number of days, that's significant. And I don't mind being real and speaking from personal experiences. This past year, Dr. Boyd and I lost out on a land contract because we just weren't able to get the financing in place in time. So we actually lost our earnest money, and that doesn't feel good. And so we want to make sure, you know, that you're working with credible lenders. We had a lot of promises, and when it came down to it, we just didn't have the final approvals within the time frame that we needed. And of course, we were going through, you know, COVID and a lot of shutdowns. And so, you know, the market was really crazy about a year, 012270. So, you know, I really appreciate Luke and Garrett being here. I appreciate Ag America and the other lenders out there. If you're looking for commercial lending, like I said, they can finance meat processing facilities. I sent a project to them, and
Luke said, Kara, that's too much. He said, you can go somewhere else and get something for, X amount of dollars. And so I appreciated that feedback. I think it's about the relationship. And I can say, whether you build a relationship with Luke and Garrett at Ag America or someone at another agricultural lender, we've had other PNC Bank and others to present at our past conferences. And that's what we want to do. We're here to educate you and to make sure that you understand the things that need to happen before you sign on the dotted line. And I can say the one thing that we found was that with having a lender and making sure that, you've got solid financing, and when you close the deal, that relationship is still there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kara. Appreciate it.
Okay, well, you guys, we're going to go ahead and cue over to our next presenter. That's going to be Michael Coleman. I can't hear you, Mike.
pretty good for you this year?
Not too bad. Okay, everybody, we're going to try to work through some of Michael Coleman's technical issues. So just bear along with us. And as soon as he's ready, we'll get going with his presentation. So Michael is one of our MBFA scholars. And he's come such a long, long way with our program, and just to see him grow within the last 2 or 3 years, it's been, excuse me, people, has been an example that we like to highlight all of the time. So very, very proud of Michael Coleman.
We can hear you, Mike.
You guys can hear me? Okay, good deal.
Yes.
Trying to get it open and going. Just a second. Sorry for the difficulties here.
Okay. How you looking there, Big Mike?
I'm trying to get together now. Let me see. Can I?
Okay.
Share my screen. Hey, what happened to it? Can you guys see me? What,
Yes, we can see you.
I can't see you all. Okay, there we go. All right.
And Michael is from Mississippi, and he's attended just about every conference I know for the past 4 or 5 years, I believe. He's Raymond, Mississippi. Excuse me, it's what Kara just told me. He's from Raymond, Mississippi, and he's young and knows a wealth of knowledge about beef cattle. So we're very excited to have him, and he can share some of his experiences and educational experiences as well. And he has a new job. I know he wants to talk about that. USDA intern and MBFA scholar, if I didn't say it earlier. So very, very proud of his accomplishments. Okay, Mike, we can see you.
Okay, I'm trying to get my PowerPoint together.
All right.
It won't let me pull it up.
Mike, this is one of those times when I wish I could reach through the screen. I'm trying to help on this side, but if you click in the middle below your image, you should be able to click share screen. I can see where you were sharing screen and click new share.
And Mike, you have to have your presentation already launched. Do you have that?
Mike, can you dial in? Use the call-in information for Zoom. We don't have your audio anymore.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah. So my problem is I'm trying to find the
Don't
yes.
worry about it. I will find the presentation. You just talk and introduce yourself. I will go run the presentation.
Okay, sounds good. I just need the presentation. So can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I'm sorry about those technical difficulties. My name is Michael Coleman. I'm from Wright, Mississippi. I'm a small cattle farmer. I raise cattle and I raise hogs and I have a few vegetable plots. It's an honor to be speaking to you guys today. Hopefully we'll get the PowerPoint going in just a second. One thing about technology is great, but it can have its difficulties as well. So
That's right. You know, and like I said earlier, everybody just bear along, and this it's been such a awesome day. You know, we've gotten so much information, and I know we've had a lot of people watching the program, and we've gotten a lot of good feedback and questions. And keynote speaker was awesome today, sharing his life story and family history. And all of the presenters, I thought, done such a great job, and Kara's done a great job holding everything together and keeping me straight too. So she has a handful. So I'd like to thank her for doing a great job on today's program.
Mike, can you email me your presentation one more time? I apologize. The email that I have has no attachment.
oh, give me just a second. All right, I just sent it. It should be there shortly.
Okay. And while the presentation and everything situated, a program resumed tomorrow too. So we have the day 2, November 6th, tomorrow, and we have some great topics there from various speakers. Of course, we're going to be talking about some of the emergency relief issues that I touched on a little bit this morning. We have Ben Crump tomorrow talking about quay and regenerative ag. I just saw a question about that. So that issue is on the program tomorrow at 11 o'clock. If they would like to tune in tomorrow to hear more about that. And we have a keynote speaker tomorrow at 12 o'clock from XM. I know you people will certainly enjoy that if you're interested in import, export. And then we have lunch tomorrow morning. And then from that period of time, we're going to have an outdoor concert. I think it's going to be awesome. Networking and hemp demonstration, farm tours. So we have a great day planned for you tomorrow. And I hope that some will come out and visit in person for a little while tomorrow afternoon and to hear the live concert and tune in as well to hear the speakers tomorrow. So we're really excited about tomorrow's program. This has been an awesome conference for us this year. And again, different from, having hundreds of people. So I see Carol's got the, looks like the presentation on screen, and hopefully Mike can start his presentation. And again, Michael Coleman is an MBFA scholar. We're so very, very proud of his journey with us. And I often talk about him in some of my speeches from the work he's done in the organization. And he's really what we're looking for, get an education, participate, and come and share that knowledge and wisdom and to continue his journey in agriculture. So very, very proud of Mike.
I really appreciate it.
Are we ready, Ms. Board? Or I see she has it up there, Mike. So hopefully we can get started shortly.
Yeah, right. Just bear with us, please.
Okay.
I promise it's a good one. We can just get it.
And anyone that's worked on the farm can tell you your day starts out one way, and it never ends the way that we plan it. So you can start one way with a certain vision and have these things on the agenda, and it doesn't always happen that way. And a farmer from your state, Mike, from Mississippi, said, well, Board, if a farmer can complete 3 tasks a day, they will always be on their farm. And a lot of days, that's what I end up doing, at least three things a day. Whether something breaks, I try to fix it, or I jump on something else. But the farmers, the Board, if you can do 3 things a day, you always stay on the farm. So I try to live by that model as well. And I've also been told that in a farmer's career, there will be 40 years of a life journey for a farmer planting and harvesting crops. And next year I'll be going into my 39th year as a farmer. So hopefully I got a few more in me after that, but that's the rule of thumb for many farmers. If you could complete 40 years of farming, 40 years from two crops a year, 2 harvest a year, spring and fall. You ready?
Yes, sir. I'm ready.
Go ahead, Mike. I'm sorry.
All
Carol said I need to stop talking. I'm ready. Go ahead, Mike. The floor is yours, brother.
Hello, everybody. My presentation is going to be starting a cattle operation for beginner farmers. Again, my name is Michael Coleman from Rain, Mississippi, graduate of Alcorn State University. So let's get started. Give me just a second. Okay, is she gonna move this one? Trying to get to the next slide here. Okay, you can move it to the next slide.
On the slide.
Okay, find the right land for cattle. Cattle is going to be, it's going to need land in order to be successful. Land is an asset that never depreciates. It's important that you have a set budget before you even purchase your land. Make sure, like they talked about before, make sure that not any land lines, phone lines, anything to be difficult in this process. Land can be leased. If you're going to lease it, make sure you get a lease agreement with the leaser. You can go to local tax offices and check records. So if any land is in foreclosure or anything, people not paying their taxes. And you can also check out your local state bulletins, farm bulletins. They usually have land for sale in the Mississippi bulletins. I'm pretty sure in other states as well. And once you attain your land, it's important that you get a farm serial number so you can get those benefits from the USDA. Next slide, please. Turn up, next slide. Next slide, please. Mhm. I don't see it on my end. Okay. So the next slide, we're going to talk about is fencing. Once you attain your land, it's important that you put up a perimeter fence. Make sure that your land is surveyed. Put your postings where they need to be. Determine the type of fence that you want to use. There's many different myriad numbers of fencing you can use. Most people use barbed wire. Some people use net wire. Depends on the preference of the farmer or yourself. Consider using different methods of fencing. Cross fencing is very good for cattle. If you want to get into the sustainability practices, you can start doing mob grazing. That's including a cross fence with electrical wire as well. It's a very sustainable practice, helps the soil. And farmer, we need good soil. That's what keep us going as farmers. In order to get assistance, I recommend going to your local NRCS office, getting involved into the equip program. The way I understand, I think they pay up to 90% of the fencing, and you're responsible for the other 10%. So it's very important that you have a good fence for your cattle. Your cattle is going to need good fencing. Next slide, please. This is an example of a cross fence. You notice this is some Hereford cows right here with an electrical fence, hot wire fence. Again, this is very good for your paddocks, for your forages. If you can cross your fences, you can keep your cows from overgrazing your paddocks. Again, it's a very good sustainable practice. Once you got your fence in, next you should do a soil test. Basically, you take samples from each part of your land, each paddock, and you get soils and you send it out to your local extension office, and they're going to tell you what's your soil lacking and what it needs and what forages that you can plant there. Again, forages is very important for cattle. Once your soil has reached the desired pH, you can plant whatever forages that's recommended in your area. Also, it's very important that we plant cover crops. Again, cattle need forages, and the natural forages is grass, whether it's wiregrass, Timothy grass, Bermuda, Bahia. Cattle need grass. If you want to see some cattle grow, plant cover crops. Again, and to help with the sustainability of the soil, good soil health, promote healthy soil, and you have more quality of forages. Next, we have a catch pen. A catch pen is very important. It's going to help you start off your herd health monitoring program. And also, when you get ready to sell your cattle, you're going to need a place where you can feed your cattle and supplement your cattle, where your cattle be used to coming in and out. Is just very good. If you're going to have a cattle operation, please create a catch pen, or you can purchase a catch pen with cattle panels, however you want to go with it. But if you're going to buy new purchase cattle, you need to dry lot your cattle because they're going to be going into a new environment. So dry lot them for the first couple days, get them used to you, and then turn them out with your main herd. If you vaccinate your cattle, vaccinated cattle usually brings more per pound than an unvaccinated animal, and they usually have more resistance to diseases and other illnesses that usually affect cattle. If we can create a herd health monitoring program, then you'll see the success of that. And this is just a example of a catch pen and vaccination area. Again, you got your squeeze chute and you got your cattle panels. These squeeze chutes, they usually vary in prices. Some may be $2,200. Some may be up to $7,000. It just depends on your desire as a farmer and how much you want to invest. But if you can get a good catch pen, it'll definitely help you in the long run. I mean, a good squeeze chute is very good for mechanical restraints. You don't want to be out there trying to use a rope and tying around a pole and holding your cows. It might hurt you more than it hurts the cow. So if you can restrain your animal properly, it'll be a lot easier on your operation. I'm not sure. Can you guys see the example of the catch pen? I'm not seeing it on my end. I hope I'm not ahead of you guys.
Mike, I think the slide that we're seeing is build a catch pen and vaccination area for cattle. You probably need to say next if you need to go to another slide so that Kara can push the correct slide.
Just a second. I don't have control of it. All right, so basically the slide y'all looking at, I just talked about it, but I'll go over it again. Again, a catch pen is very important. You want to have that area so you can feed your cattle. They'll be used to going in and out. And here's a slide I was talking about. This is an example of a catch pen and vaccination area. Again, that squeeze chute that you're looking at is probably a $7,000 to $10,000 squeeze chute, but there are some cheap market. I'm sorry, you kind of muffled. But again, this is a good example. I can't understand who's trying to talk. Kara, is that you? So we're going to move on to the water source. When raising cattle, it's very important that you have a good water source. There's many available options. You can have a natural water source, a pond, a lake, um, but you can also have a man-made water source, which is usually consisting of some type of piping, a water line, as you would say, run into a water trough. The differences between these two water sources is that with your natural resources, your cows are usually urinating and defecating in there, and they're usually retaining back those parasites that we don't want them to get. With a man-made water source, they're constantly drinking clean water. You know, if you're properly managing that clean water system, and they're just able to get a clean water source. And there's even practices available where you can actually get some funding to build a well on your farm, and your cows can have well water. And this is the example. Notice this cow is in the lake or in the little body of water. That cow's probably defecating in that water and still drinking. 9 times out of 10, I guarantee it. But this cow over here, this Holstein, she's drinking out of clean water trough. That water trough has a float system on there. So when that water troughs get low, that float is automatically going to fill that water trough back up. It's more of a cleaner water source and it's more sustainable. Next, we're going to move to purchasing cattle. Once you have your land is fenced in, marked off properly. You will see the farm serial number. You perform a soil test, figure out what type of forages you want to incorporate into your farm. Then you have a good, clean water source. You can start to purchase your cattle. Make sure your catch pen is good to go, and you have those cattle that's going to be newly purchased. You can dry lot them for a few days, and you can go ahead on. You can decide whether you want to purchase from a farmer in the area, or you can go to sale barn. Now, if you're going to go to a sale barn, I recommend that you be really fluent with a sale barn, because if you don't know what you're doing at a sale barn, it can be a nightmare. You can get a animal that you did not want or somebody else called. A lot of farmers don't like to go to sale barns because usually there are other people calls, but if you have a good eye for cattle, you can have some successful commercial cattle out of sale barn. But I recommend, if you want to go buy from a local farmer, buy from somebody that's a reliable source and purchase cattle from them, especially by us being minority and black farmers that try to keep the money together. So you have two options there, or you can go to a cattle broker and buy cattle from them, usually a cattle company. But 9 times out of 10, they probably purchase from local farmers and the sale barn. So you have options there. But you also need to decide if you want to run a cow and calf operation. The cow calf operation has a lot of inputs associated with it, but fooling cattle, you're going to have a lot of inputs. Sometimes, especially now with the meat being high as it is and feed going up, sometimes your inputs are going to be really higher than your outputs. So you have to kind of love this industry to be in it, because it's definitely not a get quick rich scheme. So I mean, it takes a lot of hard work and patience when dealing with cattle. But these are your options. Like I said, you can run a cow calf operation or a feeder calf operation. That's going to send me to my next slide here. The husbandry of cattle. Like I said, it's important. You have a good area where you feed your cattle. Your cattle should, once they see you and you've been feeding your cattle in this same spot for years, or you're rotating them, but they should know, hey, once I have this bucket in my hand, they know it's time for feed. If you're constantly showing good cattle husbandry, your cattle will respond to that. They probably follow you anywhere with a bucket and be dog gentle. It's important to have an identification program. Way things going, you can put ear tags, but if you want to take it a step further, I recommend branding. Go to the courthouse, get your official brand, and brand your animals. That way, with that brand on the cow's hip, everybody will know that's your cow. It won't be no stealing or nothing like that. And again, make sure your cattle always have clean water sources. And with these catch pens, if you notice that your cow's acting a little lame or they're a little sick, Again, that catch pen is important because, hey, your vaccination area is right there. That cow's not looking right, run them through the squeeze chute, get them antibiotics, and keep them pushing. Or you can isolate that cow and keep them away from the herd until that cow starts to feel better. Trying to move to the breeding program. I'm not sure if y'all seeing the same screen I'm seeing, but I'm gonna move on to the breeding program. Maybe it holds up, come up a little later.
Mike, what slide is the breeding program?
It's gonna be slide 12.
Okay. Thank you.
Mhm. So let's go ahead and talk about it. I'm pretty sure it's loading up a little slow on your guys' end, but I'm gonna go ahead and get into it. And you have two options as a cattle farmer. You can do a natural breeding program, which consists of a bull or sire, or you can do artificial insemination, or you can do embryo transfer. In natural breeding, one mature brewer can service 30 head of cows, younger bull 20 to 25. Natural breeding, cows are polyestrous, so they come into heat all year long. You know, you can have a fall or a spring breeding season. AI, it gives you the opportunity to really put genetics into your herd that you usually wouldn't have with just one bull. One bull is only going to have one set of genes. If you use artificial insemination, you have a myriad number of genes that you can select for them. If you're an Angus farmer and you want to use Hereford and Brahman, you can get the semen for both animals. Use different bulls with different EPDs. That's a expected progeny data. And you can pretty much, I like to refer to it as kind of like build a bear. You can build a cow. If you want high carcass weight, or you want a good weaning weight, or you want a low birth rate bull, artificial insemination allows you to look at that animal's EPDs and figure out what sire best fit that cow. If you want to go to extreme levels and pick out bulls for each cow, artificial insemination allows you to do that. For embryo transfer, it allows the cows that has genetics that you really don't like. Let's just say, for example, you bought an old Holstein for $50, but you want that Holstein to have a Brahman calf. Well, you can put an embryo of a Brahman calf or embryo from a Brahman cow into that Holstein cow, and she'll have a Brahman calf. So with these new technology, well, it's not new, but with these technologies that's being applied to farming, you have a pretty good choice of what your breeding program can be. And again, you can be like a lot of farmers and stick to the bull and have a good natural breeding program. There's plenty synchronization programs out here. I know UNL has a good source for synchronization programs. It's a site called Select Sires. They have pretty good protocols. So, and the benefits of AI, you know, you eliminate the cost of that bull. The bull is going to eat a lot of feed. He's going to break out. He might even break out and breed other farmers' cows, and you're losing money off that. AI is no bull, just a semen tank. In some cases, if you have a representative come out, they're going to supply the semen tank and the semen. So you don't have to buy anything. So it has its pros and cons. The cons of artificial insemination is we can really never be better than the bull. That bull is going to know when that cow's coming in the heat, and he's going to be able to hit that cow better than we can because the semen that we're using is diluted with usually milk or yogurt. As you can tell, that bull semen is not diluted at all, so he's 100% sound. And this is going to be an example. You got your bull mounting your cow. Usually that's a sign of heat. When you see another cow, when you see two cows mounting each other, the one on the bottom is going to be showing the standing heat. Usually she's the one in heat. And the bottom picture right here, usually the technician is grabbing that cow's reproductive tract and he's feeling for our landmark, which we call the cervix. What makes this so important and kind of makes it very skilled, you have to stick your AI gun through the cervix into the uterine body. And reason why we're going to uterine body is because, again, that semen is diluted. So we had to go through the uterine body to try to breed that cow. The bull doesn't have to do that. He deposits semen naturally and he goes on. And that's the big difference of that. So we're gonna get into selling cows. That's gonna be slide 14. If you can click on that. I'll try to wait till that loads up on y'all. I don't know if y'all can see it. But again, not sure if it's gonna load up, but when you get ready to sell your cow, if you done had a good breeding season, your cows start to drop and now it's time to wean those calves. It's a good time to sell. You can sell out the culls where they're cows with no mouth, what we call no teeth. Teeth can grind out. She's usually older. She's probably not having too many calves for you. It's time for her to go. You can sell your yearling calves. You can fed them. Had a good preconditioning program. They can go. I tell all farmers, it's probably best to keep your heifers and raise you some good heifers. They'll turn into good cows for you. But hey, if your pocket need it, sell your heifers too. The market's there, sell them, and especially if you need it. All male calves, they need to be castrated, again, preconditioned, and they need to be sold. Definitely don't want to keep bull cows over and over. You don't want any inbreeding going on. And again, it's important to keep a good eye on the USDA market report. These market reports are going to vary state to state. So you can usually download the app or you can go online and type in USDA cattle market report and they give you the price of the live cattle. Or you can go to your Mississippi. Well, I'm from Mississippi, but you can go to your bulletin boards, whether it's North Carolina, South Carolina, Alabama. Pretty sure those states have their own farmer bulletin boards. Usually they have prices of cattle in there as well. You can sell them to a livestock market. You can sell them to an individual down the street. Yeah, I recommend if you can sell out your farm, that's where you'll make the most money at. You don't have to worry about commission cost and pregnancy test and all that. You can make cash money in your backyard. That's the way to go. Next slide, please. Slide 15. And this next slide, it's going to show pictures of these calls that are usually commonly called out. Trying to wait until I move on so you guys can see these pictures, these commonly called cows. Again, I apologize for the technical difficulties, but we're coming along. Here we go. So yeah, you got your yearling calf. Got your cow and calf pair. You got that no mouth right there. You got your old bulls. Usually they're called out, your old kill bulls. You got your old fat cow here is really not producing. She's probably gonna go to a packing company somewhere and be some TV dinner. But those are your commonly called animals. Again, some sale barns, you can look up and find some good quality commercial cows at sale barns and start you a nice herd from there. So it just depends. Can we go next slide, please? So this brings us to our next session, record keeping. it's important to keep a good feed inventory, equipment or truck, your depreciation of your truck or tractor, your purchase of sold cattle. Make sure you keep records of that for tax purposes. Your livestock inventory, what you're keeping over this year. Newly born calves, make sure you tag them and mark them down in your books. Upgrades on buildings and land. Make sure you keep up with that. What's the cost associated with that? Any death in the herd, make sure that you mark those off as well, and make sure you put those on your taxes. The amount of feed, we're dealing with a lot of high cost feed now, and it's, again, I mean, we're not getting the prices that we need. I mean, hamburger meat is $8, a sack of feed is $12. It's just not adding up, in my opinion. You're getting $1.30 for a 400-pound calf. It's just not adding up, in my opinion. But again, keep up with all that. Record keeping is very important to any farming operation, where you're doing row crops, cattle, or hogs. Make sure you keep up with records, because you'll be surprised how much you spent in, spending trying to farm and not making money. It can be like that. So just keep a total on all that in your records. And the next important slide is going to be take pride in your operation. Where you have a 2-acre farm or a 200-acre farm, if you take pride in your operation and you love what you're doing, it's going to be rewarding. If you can go out there and feed your cows and give yourself a peace of mind, or just do what you love to do, is very rewarding, give you great sense of pride. You're living off the land. Mr. John Boyd, Dr. Boyd, he says if you treat the land right, it'll treat you right. And I firmly believe in that. So again, just take pride in your operation, take your time, and it'll be successful. Thank you. Is there any questions?
There's a couple questions in the chat. Michael, this is Tori. Okay, she got it. So one of the chat questions is, do you use hot ice brandy?
One second, Mike.
You can use either or. I've seen people use hot branding. I've seen people use ice branding. So as long as you get your brand on there, either way. A lot of people use hot branding. You have to really know what you're doing, so you won't smear that number or your brand. So it's a technique with that as well. Either one is sufficient.
They wanted you to explain the process, discuss the process of hot branding.
With hot branding? It's kind of muffled on my end. You kind of breaking it.
Yes.
So yeah, with hot branding, usually it's an electrical outlet.
You can't do that, so get on there.
Basically.
Thank you, Mike. Appreciate it, man, for a wonderful job. And now we have our next speaker. Are you ready? No, she ain't ready yet. So we'll give her a few minutes to get set up.
Well, thank y'all.
And we'll be ready. So I hope you enjoyed Michael Coleman's presentation, because we definitely have a lot in common. I'm a beef cattle farmer, and I could relate to absolutely everything you were saying. It's a very, very important message. And there's a higher percentage of Black farmers that grow crops and also raise beef cattle. So that's a huge portion of the population for Black farmers. And I know that there's some questions there too. I need to look at those questions and see if we could take a few questions from Michael Coleman.
Can you look in the chat box and ask the questions?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. One question, Mike, was which cover crops do you recommend?
Well, I recommend down in Mississippi, we plant a lot of ryegrass.
Let's see, what are some of the others?
The area that you're
What
in.
are all the vaccinating against? That's a question from Justin Duncan.
So yeah, we're vaccinating against
certification program for larger cattle operations. That's so. Either one of them you want to take first, Mike?
Okay, so I just take it one at a time. As far as vaccinations, we're vaccinating against a number of diseases. I couldn't possibly name them off right now, but we're also deworming.
You may have to unmute yourself if you're muted.
Can you hear me now? Hello? Hello?
I can hear you just fine.
Okay.
I don't know about where they are located. Something is going on, delay.
So yeah, as far as cover cropping, it's depending on the area you're from. I recommend going to your local extension office and seeing what recommendations they recommend, usually from your agronomist. You probably can go to your NRCS office and find that information out as well. As far as vaccination goes, again, the extension area that you're from, states vary from for example, Texas and I want to say Florida has a very bad tick problem. Down here in Mississippi, we have a lot of blackleg, so we vaccinate for blackleg, and we do BioShield and for different venereal diseases. And actually, some of those vaccinations has a COVID vaccine in it as well. So it's many diseases we vaccinate for. But again, unvaccinated animal versus vaccinated animal. Vaccinated animal can survive the elements a lot better. Or I see a question about who has the best insurance for your cattle. I probably would go with someone like State Farm. I think they have a pretty good insurance program. I would probably go with that. As of right now, I don't use branding at all, but I have been thinking about it because a lot of people in my area have been having cattle stolen. And again, with these meat prices going up, you might want to start putting a brand on your cows because you don't want somebody to steal your cows and, that brand or marketing unless you know that's yours.
Okay, we appreciate that. And thank you for everything, Mike. You did a fabulous job as always. And again, so very, very proud of where you have come on this journey, with us. So keep up the good work. And again, I know I talk about you at least once or twice a week, and Kara talks about you every day. So you're very popular in the National Black Farmers Association. So thanks a lot, Mike.
You guys, it's been a big blessing working with you guys these years. So.
All right. Well, I'm going to introduce the next panelist. And they're here live at Boyd Farms, and we've certainly enjoyed them today. And I know that they enjoyed us. And the topic is called, if you're looking at your agenda, From Plants to Plastics. Sharina Perry, CEO, founder, and inventor, Utopia Plastics, creator, developer of the Utopia model. So again, warm welcome to them from the National Black Farmers Association. Yes.
Keep talking. You're not logged on yet. I'm looking at John right now. Okay, so I don't see you as a panelist. Did you use a panelist link?
Right. So they're going to be coming to us shortly. And again, I'd like to thank everybody who tuned in and shared some time with us today, because this is a very, very important time for farmers. This is actually harvest time for farmers. And as we speak, I'm getting ready to harvest soybeans, and just a very, very exciting time and any farmer who has farmed certainly understands that feeling just before you begin to harvest, and you're inspecting your equipment and you're looking at your harvest, and you always you want the best, but sometimes it doesn't work out that way. But I believe this is one of those years where I may have a wonderful harvest here at Boyd Farms. So everyone who came out this morning and took part in today's program, I just want to say a special thank you to them, to all those who presented today, a special thank you to them, to those persons as well. And I do want to just weigh in on the current state of farming in America today, where It's just a time where a lot of change is taking place in the agriculture industry. And I want to touch on John Deere. I haven't had the ability to take a few minutes, and the National Black Farmers Association is still boycotting John Deere. I personally, on ABC, Good Morning America last week, endorsed the workers for John Deere. So I support the strike, and I believe that the CEO there, John May, can pay himself a 160% salary increase and not compensate the people who work for the company and make the brand what it is. I think that's horrible. And the service that they provide Black farmers in this instance can be much improved by John Deere, where the service time is too slow and the parts and et cetera are very expensive, but the service to Black farmers isn't swift enough in my personal experience and on a national scale. John Deere can do a lot better. And we haven't participated in the National Black Farmers Association annual conference in over 3 years. John Deere has not participated in sponsorship or displayed equipment or send staff persons to come out and talk about the equipment or new equipment or innovations. And I'm here to say we need access to those cutting edge technologies too. We're farmers and we want those products that they offer displayed at our farms and demonstrations. I'm not saying that John Deere makes a bad product. That's not the issue. They make a good product. But the service that they provide to Black farmers is unacceptable. And the way that we've been greeted by the president when I asked to have a sit-down meeting, John May still has not met. And we represent a lot of farmers, and they need to come to the table is the issue. So the boycott stands regardless of what John Deere says. And they've tried to create their own network of Black farmers who think I know that they contributed the NAACP and others. So we have a lot of improvement to do there with John Deere. So I'm gonna stop there. And again, so excited to hear this presentation because I actually, myself and Carol have some of the product on our farm and we plan to expand our acreage next year. So I'm gonna stop there and allow them to do this awesome presentation. And at the end of the presentation, I hope that you will follow up to see how you could get involved and grow this dynamic crop. Thank you.
A special thank you to John and Kara for inviting us to participate. And yes, we are here on the Boyd's Farm with the National Black Farmers Association. My name is Sharina Perry. I am the founder and inventor of Utopia Plastics, and I'm so grateful to see you all here today and to be a part of this amazing event, the 31st Annual National Black Farmers Annual Conference. This is actually our first opportunity, but we are certain it won't be the last. What I'd like to do is jump right in and share with you all. I'm going to do a screen share and share with you all what we have. What we want to centrally focus on today, we will talk about sustainability. We'll talk about the why of Utopia Plastics. And we'll also talk about how farmers can get involved as we end with some questions from you all and participation in our model. So with that, we will get started. When during this discussion, we'll have an opportunity to talk about what sustainability means, the business of how we think about our natural resources, and also why and how we built a sustainable ecosystem business model called Utopia. This is important because this is an important topic. We hear sustainability often. As farmers, you all are in the business of natural resources. I always say I believe that farmers are the true stewards because they're the true stewards of the land. And so it's so important that we get you all's input as we continue our journey. Of course, if you live in the US, sustainability is centered
We'll give a few moments while we have a little technical difficulty while our panelists
Yeah, just log back in.
get reorganized.
But it's, the Wi-Fi is good, the Zoom looping isn't. Right, John, you need to go off.
Okay.
Yeah. Because it competes.
Thank you all for your patience. I think we're back on and we'll resume from there where we were. Okay, back to what we were discussing regarding how we've traditionally looked at our economics. There's been a cradle to grave, more of a linear, where we take our natural resources, we make products, they go into a manufacturing facility, and then we dispose of these products. But across the world, what we're seeing more is an interest in more of circular economy, where we take our natural resources, we make a product, but then we figure out how do we use those resources again to make another product. An idea would be we have a single-use plastic that we're then able to reinsert into a stream and perhaps make a park bench. In Europe, they're more centrally focused on a circular economy. In the past, we've lacked infrastructure to really support any type of circular economy. What we look at is more of a sustainable consumption, where we use our products and services and materials and energy in a There we go. We changed servers. Hopefully that's the last time we'll have that issue.